Welcome to the East Lansing City Council discussion only meeting of April 14th, 2026. The meeting will come to order. Could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows. Here. Councilmember Singh. Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby.
Here.
Mayor Altman.
Here. Is there a motion concerning the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Motion by Meadows,
Second.
second by Grigsby. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Agenda is approved. And let the record reflect that Councilmember Singh has arrived. Communications from the mayor and council members. Councilmember Whalen.
Just a few brief things. We had the Historic Commission meeting this week, and a lot of great, it's amazing if you've never gone to a lot of our commissions. It's amazing how people in the community really are trying to advance the community and also advance themselves. And we've got a commission that really is trying to keep our neighborhoods with the flavor of the history and also making their places beautiful. I really appreciate the Historic Commission. Also, I just attended the RHC, Responsible Hospitality Commission. And in that, we had a good presentation from city staff and also many of the local businesses. There's going to be a very busy summer this summer. Just to name a few, there's going to be a concert series all summer, basically every other Friday. There's also going to be the Glam Jam Summer Kickoff. There's going to be East Lansing Pride, Community Chalk Walk, 80s Night, East Lansing Extravaganza, Pumpkin Walk, downtown lighting of the Christmas tree, in addition to other items. So there's going to be a lot of activity all summer downtown, and there's a great staff and community members that are going to be contributing to that, and I appreciate all they do.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows. Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that we were having a conversation, I think, maybe a month ago, and we were talking about parks or some to that degree, and then I had mentioned that we did not have any parks named after any women. And I saw recently that that was in the universe, and we now have a park, Lucia Ungaro Fox Park, that's going to be happening here in Chesterfield Hill neighborhood. I won't say too much about it because I didn't have anything to do with that. So I don't want to take credit away from anyone that has been putting that work in when they make their official announcement. But I wanted to acknowledge that. I thought that was important. And that's all I had tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Singh.
Yes, just a couple of brief things. One, we have severe weather coming through this evening and into the night, and I know with our flooding challenges, I know we talked about some items, including trying to keep those drains clear, even though the city sweepers do what they can. I think for those that may be streaming at home, if you have a moment, it may be a place that you want to check as we get ready, and perhaps there's other recommendations that are coming, but it was top of mind as I saw those reports. And then just wanted to say that, as we continue with our budget process for this year, it's an ongoing discussion from last year into this year. We have some challenges, and I think preparing and having thoughtful discussion, not only that has been happening at the Fiscal Health Task Force, but here around the table, that I know I hear from many community members that we want to do more things in terms of developing a sense of place and amenities and taking care of our infrastructure. And I really just encourage community members to be a part of this process because it is a challenging one. And the realities are that I think making sensible decisions, which could mean some cuts to the existing budget, but also, we have to have a real conversation about increasing revenue if we want to increase amenities in our community. So just want to, again, have those very top line comments as we continue forth on this discussion. That's it.
Thank you. A couple of words about trees. With severe weather coming in, it's worth noting again that we have a block tree pruning program that the city administers to city trees. It has taken place the past couple of years. And in neighborhoods where the block pruning has happened, storm damage after the kind of severe weather we may be in for tonight is significantly reduced. And so that's an important program for maintaining our trees, but also saving money on cleanup. And the other thing to remember, if you happen to see a tree disappear, a city tree disappear in front of your house, as I noticed around the block from me a couple of weeks ago, that is by design. And even if where it's cut off at the ground level, the stump looks like it's great and solid, that doesn't mean that it wasn't rotting up top. And so one of the things that our tree professionals do as they go through the neighborhood is they make sure that trees that could cause problems when severe weather comes up are removed before they cause any damage. And so if a tree gets cut down, it's always hard to see that happen, but know that people were looking out for everybody's safety.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, please.
Sort of rethink my answer there? I just want to mention something for Chuck's, based on Chuck's comment, because there was an application to name the Bailey Neighborhood Park after Sally Silver, one of the longtime activists in that neighborhood who helped reduce the number of, or the spread of rental housing into that neighborhood. To the best of my knowledge, that is still pending. It was filed in 2020, requires the mayor to put together a group of people to name a park, and I don't think that ever happened. So maybe somebody could check on that, but if that's still pending, we should take care of that particular application.
Yeah, I thank you. And I don't want to just stop there. I think we have a lot of diversity that we can add in our community as far as representation. So I think it's a great first step, and I look forward to seeing not just that, but more diversity in all walks of life.
Thank you. Communications from the audience. I have several slips. First one is Amanda Morgan.
I would like to speak on the recent removal of Director Elaine Hardy, Director of DEI for the City of East Lansing, as liaison to the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission. I come today to speak as a community member at large, not as a representative of the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission. I come as a public member who has a concern to share to East Lansing residents. Last week, LEPOC received a non-confidential memo regarding the changes to liaison to our commission sent by City Manager Robert Bellman. This letter informed the commission that Director Elaine Hardy, Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department, will no longer be the liaison for LEPOC. This memo said this was effective immediately. First of all, I would like to share with the public of East Lansing how instrumental it was to have Director Hardy as our liaison. She was a wonderful support in the liaison role. She showed professionalism, dignity with respect towards the city at large. Director Hardy is someone who cares about East Lansing and all its community members. She has shown wonderful grace while discussing difficult topics set forth for the commission to discuss. Time and time again, Director Hardy has shown she has a wealth of knowledge the city of East Lansing benefits from. What I want the city of East Lansing to understand is that LEPOC has had a change in liaisons before. Shelley Newman preceded Director Elaine Hardy. I am used to changes in government as bureaucrats change their roles. That is not my concern. What is precedence here is how the current change of liaison was handled. Shelley Newman was allowed to come to the commission and inform us that she was transitioning off the commission. However, Director Hardy was removed without such humane opportunities to transition the baton. We had an opportunity to thank Shelley and be introduced to our new liaison. We even gave Shelley a thank you letter signed by all of us before she left. I recall when city employees reported Robert Bellman bullying, he had bullying behavior. I believe at that time, Director Hardy had encouraged LEPAC to give him a try, even though he came with such concerning track record. I am sad to say my concern was justified with that memo. What bullying thing to do. I am concerned that the city manager of East Lansing with a history of bullying behavior is using his power to bully once again. Why is Director Hardy being treated like an object and not a human being who put in time and effort into this commission by Robert Bellarmine? Why is the city council of East Lansing going to let this happen? Will you, Mark Meadows? Will you? Director Hardy should have been given the basic human decency to come to the commission and inform us, or at least allow us to celebrate her before she left the commission. I am not sure why the city manager has decided to not allow Director of DEI to come and say goodbye. I certainly know he knows how to use bureaucracy to show he has power, but more importantly, he has power over whether or not the liaison for the commission is given dignity and respect when she transitions roles. I am concerned that East Lansing will be removing the DEI department soon, secondary to feigned budget crisis perpetuated by mismanagement of funds. For example, mailing out letters to commissioners costs 72 cents each, whereas an email does not cost this. Especially an encrypted email does not cost $7.92 to send out letters to us. This is just off the top of my head. It has nothing to do with anything at this time. I do believe those 22 employees of the city of Saginaw. I am glad they were strong enough to speak up. I hear them. I suspect we will see a lot more lawsuits under him as well, but that is for another day. Today, I want the city of East Lansing to know that Director Hardy has not done anything wrong. She was transitioned because the city manager decided to remove her. He elected to decide it was effective immediately and that Director Elaine Hardy was not allowed the same dignity as Shelley Newman was provided in her transition. It is not a coincidence that Shelley was Caucasian and Director Hardy is black. This is what is known as microaggressions in white spaces. It can be implicit or explicit, but absolutely reflects the lack of dignity and respect Director Hardy deserves. To the people of East Lansing, I worry that this city council is planning to remove the DEI department under the guise of budget cuts. In reality, East Lansing will be the first to
You
allow
have 30
fascism
seconds
into this
remaining.
area. As a member of the city council here today, my role is not to genuflect to you. My role is not to show reverence. My role is here today is to let you know Director Hardy did a fantastic job. She is not responsible for the lawsuits arisen against the Department of Police in the city of in the last few years. She is not responsible for how the commissioners choose to respond to the city manager's need for control rather than collaboration. What will you do about this, Mark Meadows?
Thank
What will
you
you
for
do?
your comments. Your time has expired. James McCurtis.
Good evening. My name is James McCurtis, and I am the president of the Lansing branch NAACP. Police Chief Jennifer Brown needs to resign. And the East Lansing City Council and City Manager Robert Bellarmine know it. The evidence is undeniable. The public has seen the video. East Lansing police officers using excessive force, pepper spraying 2 young black men during Michigan State University's Welcome Week in August. This alone demands accountability from the police department and the city of East Lansing. Yesterday, the city's Human Rights Commission held you accountable. It concluded in its investigation that there's a pattern of racial discrimination in policing. One commissioner called your actions and the police department's actions a cover-up. In a news report, one of your aggressive police officers who pepper sprayed the young men during Welcome Week was found to have 11 violations. He was put on probation for his violations. The news station that reported the findings asked a retired assistant police chief for Detroit Police Department to review the complaints against the former officer. He said, quote, "I understand the first time you might give a verbal warning, maybe a written reprimand, but 11 of them, I think you've kind of screwed your probation. It's time for you to leave." Well, at that time, the East Lansing police chief didn't hold that officer accountable. In fact, she reduced his probation period. Now that officer, after about 2 years on the force, has since resigned as of 11 days ago. One bad apple has left. It's time to replace the other bad apple. Chief Jennifer Brown. Why? Because she fosters and cultivates a culture of wrongdoing, mismanagement, and racial discrimination within the police department. Her response after the pepper spraying incident says it all. When questioned about the incident, she stated, "We have a very transient population, and over the last month, starting with Welcome Week, we have had a disproportionate number of minorities come into the community and commit crimes. And as police officers, we are simply responding to those crimes." Well, according to news reports, when a white citizen didn't comply with East Lansing police, he wasn't met with a toxic cloud of pepper spray. Yet these young men, black young men, who were leaving the scene peacefully were doused with pepper spray by the former Bad Apple police officer. Her words in response to the young black men who were pepper sprayed are not merely unfortunate or poorly chosen. They are simply racist, inflammatory, and disqualifying. A police chief who views an influx of minority residents as inherently criminal has no business, none whatsoever, leading a police force in any community, least of all, that includes a diverse university population. Leadership sets the standard. When a chief traffics in racial stereotyping, officers follow suit. The culture of a department flows directly from the top. The Human Rights Commission said in its report that there's a pattern of racial discrimination in policing. Chief Brown has not resigned. That means the responsibility falls squarely on you, East Lansing City Council, and City Manager Robert Bellarmine. Every day Chief Brown remains in her position is another day you endorse her racism. Every day without action is a public declaration that you stand with her 100%. Your inaction is not neutrality, it is complicity. So what is it going to take? Yesterday I spoke with several news outlets about the vandalism that was done to George Floyd's mural in Lansing. We all know what happened to George Floyd. Does a similar tragedy have to happen here before you act? We will not stop demanding Chief Brown's resignation, but make no mistake, our focus continues to be on you. Remove Chief Brown immediately, or accept that you own her words, her leadership, and her failures as your own. The Human Rights Commission held you accountable. Will you hold yourself accountable? The residents of East Lansing, students, families, and the community members of every background
You have 30 seconds
deserve
remaining.
leaders who reject racism unequivocally and act with moral courage. Replace Chief Jennifer Brown. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadia Sellers.
Robert, I hope you have the courage to look at me, because I have the courage to look at you. Guilty. Guilty. Jen Brown, guilty. You were found guilty of violating my son's and Mason's Woods civil rights. So do you choose, council, money, or do you choose human rights? The HRC is a commission group you guys created. But then you went back and did everything in your power to stop them from conducting an investigation into our son's claims. That is called corruption. Thank God those good men and women didn't let you get away with it. The corruption starts at the top, Robert, Jen Brown, Carlito. And guess what? You guys are letting these 3 people drag you into their corruption. When they go down, and they will, you're going down with them, because you're all willing participants. Altman, you refuse to honor their FOIA requests. You refuse again when the HRC asked just to gain access to the videos. Then you sent them this crazy bill when they asked you to, hey, can you remove the charges? You said no. Why? What are you afraid of? What are you so afraid of? What are you covering up? What are you covering up, Robert? I want to know. What are you covering up, Jen? I want to know. This community has the right to know. Chuck, I noticed last night you were very uncomfortable And I feel sorry for you because I think you know you are just another puppet Negro on this council. And they're keeping information from you the same way they did to Dana Watson. And if you don't have the balls to see that, I don't even consider you a man. This shit's unbelievable. Robert, and I'm going to say this. When your little ass couldn't control the HRC commissioners, you went after Elaine Hardy, the only black woman with enough knowledge of the ordinance to make sure the commissioners were being fair, concise, and consistent. And if you think this community and black activists like myself and black organizations are going to stand by and let you destroy this beautiful, intelligent black woman, oh, little man, you're so wrong. That is not going to happen. And then you had the gall to replace her with an uneducated, unexperienced, uncomfortable white woman. But you're still guilty. This is not going to end well for you, trust me. Not for the city, not for this council, not for the police department, not for Jen Brown. You're guilty. See, here's what you don't realize. Black people, we're resilient. Slavery didn't break us. Hanging our young black men and boys didn't break us. Putting us in chains and shackling our feet didn't break us. Killing our black leaders didn't break us. Selling and beating our black men with whips didn't break us. Slavery and your slave masters didn't break us. Making us sit in the back of the bus didn't break us. Denying us the right to vote didn't break us. To sleep in your hotels, to eat in your restaurants didn't break us. Denying us an education didn't break us. And this shit that you're trying to pull won't break me. Because the people that died and suffered and endured before me made me. Look at my son. My son ain't no criminal. Your officer had more charges than my son ever had, or Mason. He's the criminal. Your officer, Jen, was the criminal. Look at my son. My son.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Called House of Souls. He paid taxes to this community.
Ms. Sellers, please address the council.
I'm doing what I want to do. And he paid taxes.
Ms. Sellers, please address the council and not the audience.
You know what? He paid taxes to this community for your officers, your kids, your schools, and everything else. And what you do? You call my educated son, graduating in a couple of weeks from CMU, with being on the dean's list after all the shit you pulled, a criminal. You're the criminals.
Thank you. Christine Root.
Hello, my name is Chris Root. I live in East Lansing. I want to speak tonight about Agenda Item 3.3, discussion of an update of policy resolution about procedures at your council meeting. I am dismayed at the proposal to limit public comments to topics that are on the agenda of the council meeting and to shorten those comments. There have been a number of times various council members have said that public comment period is one of the most important parts of city council meetings. I think it's going to be more difficult to have the opportunity of hearing a lot of meaningful comments if you restrain what people can talk about, or if you make them wait until the end of the meeting. I don't know if that's a possibility you're considering. You all don't get a lot of pay for being on council, but you do get pay. People who come to speak are doing it as volunteers. Many people work, many people take care of kids or take care of elderly people. They cannot be expected to sit waiting for 2 or 3 hours and then get 3 minutes to speak. There are many issues that you all care about, that people in the community care about. And not all of them are on the agenda every meeting, and some of them are timely in ways that people can't necessarily anticipate, but that are important and indeed timely, whether it's flooding or a big traffic incident, or somebody wanting to express appreciation for good work of city staff recently, or raising issues about a civil rights violation that is important, or budget issues that you're trying to deal with that are major, and you're looking for new ideas. So I think it's really going to be harmful to make that change. I think perhaps, I don't know, but perhaps you're trying to apply lessons from the many hours of public comments that occurred on the ordinances about people who are homeless. I think there are some other lessons that could be learned from that experience. The public comments had very valuable input about people's experiences, people's expertise on this subject that were very important. And were, I think, made a difference in your consideration. But the whole process could have been handled differently. We all know there was a charrette that city staff organized and the city paid for on this very topic. And the bills that were drafted for your consideration were drafted before that charrette was finished and before the report from that charrette happened. Some of the people who came to speak were at that charrette. Others, maybe could have been added to that charrette. You could have waited, our city government could have waited and gotten the benefit of the input that you started to ask for. And I think the whole process could have gone very differently if that had happened. The impulse to reach out to people with good information and experience was a good start, and then it wasn't used. So I think I hope that you do not go forward with this limit on democracy in East Lansing. I also want to thank Chuck Grigsby for the work he has done over the years, particularly as chair of the study committee on an independent police oversight commission. I had the opportunity and privilege to work with him on that committee, and it was not an easy thing to do, and I learned a lot from how he chaired that committee, and I think he did a masterful job, and I think the outcome was very good, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room who would care to address the council? Please. If you could please state your name for the record.
Just leave this up here.
Just leave it up. Yeah, thanks.
I'm Owen Ronk. I live in the 400 block of North Lawn Avenue. And I was hoping to talk today about a couple different topics. Ms. Root said it really well. I think the agenda item 3.3 is really important. I think the First Amendment right that's afforded to us in the community to be able to express ourselves is really important. And I would assert that it's also important to you all to understand the voice of the community so that you can exercise our will and avoid being replaced come next election. I'd also like to speak very briefly about agenda item 3.2 on your agenda, which is the budget. As you look over that, I'd point your attention to, let me get the page number, page 82 of 515. That page shows the relative proportion of the different budgeted expenditures by function. You'll notice that the first item in there is that of general government, and the costs associated with general government are expanding by more than 100% under this budget, from 8 million and change last year to 18 million and change this year. So that might be an area for serious consideration as you go through this budgeting process this month and next. I'd also like to speak very briefly about the flooding events of earlier this month. I live on the 400 block of North Lawn Avenue. Like I mentioned, that's across the street from Shaw Park, for any of you that are familiar in this neighborhood we're in right now. We've had flooding issues on that street since August of 2021. At that time, I lived in Colorado, but moved back to town to be closer to my parents. And anyway, my home was relatively unaffected by that, but my neighbors were not so lucky. What we experienced was sewer surcharging, so that is water coming up from the sewer grates in the curb, and that occurred between 4:15 and 4:45 to start. It lasted about 30 minutes, and then at some point in the 5 o'clock hour, the capacity returned to the sewer system. I was asleep at the time, but my neighbors who were fighting that water described it as if a valve or a gate had been opened and immediately the capacity returned to the system. I know that we had a CSO, I believe it's referred to as, where we discharged either untreated or partially treated combined sewer into the Red Cedar. And frankly, if we have to choose between releasing that untreated contaminant into the Red Cedar versus into our neighborhoods, I think that the Red Cedar is the appropriate place for it. That's how this community's operated for the past 100 years. And while we certainly have aspirational goals to reduce that contamination, it doesn't belong in our neighborhoods. And it's inappropriate to continue to discharge that waste into folks' backyards and expect them to pump it out. All that said, I do really want to commend City Manager Bellman, as well as Alonzo Chappell, I believe Alondo Chappell, who is the interim operations administrator. The two of them came around that Saturday morning and talked to impacted homeowners, and that makes a big difference. It suggests that the conversation around our situation, both on North Lawn and across the city in the areas with combined sewer, has shifted from just a problem of the environment that no one can control to one that is solvable in this community. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to address the council from the audience? Okay. Seeing none, do we have any callers?
There is one caller on the line. Caller with the last name Wagner, you are now free to address the council. Caller with the last name Wagner, you are now free to address the council.
Okay, we have one more speaker. Please state your name.
Hi, I'm Simone Peraza, East Lansing resident. I wanted to run through a little timeline. Before I do want to get out of the way that we have learned more in the past 6 months through public comment than just on the homeless issue than we did in 16 hours of experts in a room being facilitated by an out-of-town contractor. So to get rid of public comment is to get rid of your own citizens' information and expertise, which the city needs. So this timeline is pertaining to ELPD and ELIPOC and the recent memo relating to the ELIPOC City Commission liaison, Elaine Harding. So in August 2025, we had an OCA use of force incident. It's now the focus of 2 federal civil rights lawsuits. Then in September, we had ELPD Chief Brown addressing June and July racial bias in use of force incidents by stating that starting with Welcome Weekend, which is late August, by the way, that it was because there were too many minorities invading the city of East Lansing and committing crimes. And then the same month, the city of East Lansing releases a statement naming the 2 individuals now behind the federal lawsuit. In October, we had former East Lansing Mayor Aaron Stevens saying he believed ELPD had implemented a policy to stop including names in pretrial press releases. in most cases after ELPD incorrectly claimed to have stopped a sexual assault in action in 2020, naming a man who was later exonerated. If this is the track record, we got to stop releasing names. It sounds like the only time we release names is when somebody's not guilty and found to not be guilty. So, really selective in a bad way. In November, ELIPOC filed a complaint based on the OCA use of force incident and the misuse of the OCA pepper spray. This was submitted by our commission liaison in the DEI office, Ms. Elaine Harding. In December, not much happened in December. In January, we once again had Ms. Sellers, mother of one of the individuals, speak out in anger during public comment at our January 6th City Council meeting, one of many, like tonight. And then in March, we have the city asserting to the Michigan Department of Civil Rights that race was not a factor. April 3rd, we have Officer Lyon at the center of the two federal civil rights lawsuits, resigning less than 2 years after he was hired. And now, today, ELIPOC commissioners received a letter from the City of East Lansing's Human Resources Director stating that they were notified directed by the city attorney to send each ELIPOC commissioner a legal memo via regular mail to their home address on Friday, April 3rd. That's the same day that Officer Lyon resigned, actually. And it was not the day. I got a second email less than 10 minutes later saying the city attorney instructed the HR director to do this last Friday, April 10th. So I'm here to get a copy of the memo that I haven't seen. But I'm wondering if it informs us if the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission's city liaison from the city's own Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Department, the same one who submitted the complaint behind the misuse of the OCA pepper spray on behalf of ELIPOC last November. And is this the same individual that's being now taken out of the mix? And at the same meeting that I'm going to pick up this letter to find out what's going on with Miss Elaine Harding, we're hearing about public comment. Sounds like it's getting in the way. So I'm going to encourage you guys to keep this space. It doesn't go away. It just gets louder and shows up in other places. This is a civil way to have these types of conversations.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired. Is there anybody else in the audience who would like to address the council?
And it's beyond Elaine Brown now.
Going once, going twice, gone. Okay, that concludes communications from the audience. City Manager's report, Mr. Bellman.
So just to follow up on Council Member Singh's comments, if we do encounter severe weather, just to point out the weather shelters here in the Hannah Community Center. So it's the basement, including the storage area, which is accessible by the stairs by the theater. The pool locker rooms, including adjacent family changing rooms, first floor restrooms, and first floor level of the central stairwell across from Prime Time next to the men's bathroom. So just wanted to share that information to everybody in attendance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Which brings us to item 3.1, discussion of police and fire department updates. Welcome, Chief Brown, Interim Chief Newman.
Good evening. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Altman, Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby, and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update on the East Lansing Police Department. This evening, I'll touch on our current staffing levels, recent transparency efforts, statistics, and operational planning for major events over this past month. The department is currently budgeted for 55 sworn officers, and we're currently at 46. While we're not at full strength, we see some positive momentum in our hiring efforts. We currently have 1 officer in the police academy, 2 lateral hires who were sworn in last week, 1 recruit scheduled to begin the Washtenaw Police Academy in May, and 2 additional recruits set to start in August. We also have several candidates in the early stages of the hiring process. In addition to recruiting sworn officers, we're actively hiring part-time jail staff, neighborhood resource specialists, and a social worker. I do want to share that one of our social workers is no longer with the East Lansing Police Department, and we're working again to fill that position. Achieving full staffing remains top priority as it'll allow us to enhance service delivery and reduce reliance on overtime. With regards to statistics, you can see that this past month, we again increased the number of traffic stops compared to last year, so March 25 compared to March 26. There was a slight decrease when comparing March to February of this year, which I believe is attributed to an increase in calls for service during March. At this time, I'd like to thank City Council for amending the prohibited traffic stop ordinance this past fall. As a result of that change, we were able to stop 6 vehicles for noise violations this past month, resulting in 1 citation and 5 warnings. Additionally, our new camera trailer that was authorized by City Council last fall was deployed yesterday. We are hopeful this tool will help to deter both crime and traffic violations throughout the city. In addition to staffing and enforcement efforts, we've taken an important step forward in strengthening transparency with the launch of our Refresh Transparency page on the city's website. The Refresh launched yesterday and will update monthly, providing accessible and consistent information for our community. It includes data on complaints and dispositions, arrest summaries, citations, crime statistics, use of force, and calls for service. Our goal is to ensure community members have a clear and reliable access to information about our operations. The month of March required a significant amount of operational planning due to large-scale events, including St. Patrick's Day and the NCAA tournament. In preparation for St. Patrick's Day, the department dedicated many hours to planning and coordination. We increased staffing levels and worked closely with regional partners to ensure additional resources were available if needed. This included drone support, additional officers from neighboring jurisdictions, and coordination with Emergency Medical Service Interim Chief and his team. Our goal was to maintain a safe environment while allowing individuals to celebrate responsibly. I'd love to say that the police department can take full credit for a relatively safe and quiet day compared to previous years, but I do have to give a little credit to Mother Nature. With temperatures in the 20s and snow falling, we saw fewer people downtown this year than we typically would on a St. Patrick's Day. Similarly, in anticipation of the Final Four run during the NCAA tournament, we conducted extensive planning to ensure we were fully prepared. Every available member of the department was scheduled to work, including patrol, records, PACE, and jail, to maximize our staffing and support. We collaborated closely with our partners in Public Works, Parking, IT, the Fire Department, and Communications. While the outcome wasn't what we had hoped for, the preparation ensured we were ready to respond to any situation. We are already looking ahead and beginning preparation for 2027 Final Four. Community engagement continues to be a priority for the department. One example is our volunteer interview panel program, which invites community members to participate in the hiring process for prospective employees, including our police officers. This initiative helps to ensure a more inclusive and well-rounded approach to selecting candidates and strengthens our connection to the community. If you or someone that you know would like to be part of that panel for interviews, please reach out to Lieutenant O'Hario, and his information is on the screen right now. In closing, the East Lansing Police Department remains focused on building staffing levels, enhancing transparency, strengthening partnerships, and proactively planning for major events. We appreciate the continued support from City Council and from our community. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Chief Brown? Okay, I have one question. The camera trailer, which just deployed, could you briefly summarize what it does and doesn't do and how you will use it?
Yeah, so the camera trailer is currently deployed on Michigan Avenue, like University, Kensington type area. That is an area over the last 6 months to a year. We've seen a very many issues in that neighborhood with speeding, running stop signs, but especially related to loud exhaust, and then turning onto Michigan and then drag racing down Michigan. And so our hope is that with input from the neighbors, we will start to see trends related to traffic violations, and we'll be able to start to track those trends and then be able to provide police officer resources during those time periods so that we can increase enforcement and education.
And how does the camera trailer specifically factor into measuring those trends?
So we will have our cadets and our jail staff be able to watch or view those cameras live, but then also, again, with the help of community input, we will be able to go back and look at camera footage and be able to identify exactly what the neighborhood residents are telling us in terms of those time frames for trends related to those violations.
Does the trailer have a microphone?
Does not have a microphone. There is technology, from my understanding, that it can capture gunshots. And from my understanding, the makers of the camera trailer are also enhancing its abilities and providing technology in the future to detect other types of sound. And so my hope, I actually responded to an email today that I'll buy 10 of those trailers if they can detect loud exhaust.
Yeah, right. So that's where I was headed. Okay, great. And then I had a question about PACE. Are we seeing turnover in PACE positions, the part-time positions?
Yes, we see a significant increase in, an increase in our turnover in part-time PACE. In fact, very recently in this last week, we ran the numbers, and the vast majority or the average amount of time that a part-time PACE officer stays is 1 year. And so we're spending a considerable number of resources training those individuals, getting them out onto the road by themselves, putting them in uniforms, and then having turnover, months later.
At some point, does it make sense to convert some of those part-time positions to full-time positions?
Yes, that makes sense, and I believe that is part of a budget discussion.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Whalen?
So the cameras, right now, those are not associated with any citations or any kind of enforcement?
So we have the camera trailer up as of yesterday. Our hope, again, is to be able to provide resources once we're able to narrow down some traffic violations, and eventually we will provide education and enforcement to those that are violating traffic laws. But as of today, I don't believe we've had any citations yesterday or today related to the cameras.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
I just have a comment to put in context the number of officers that we have available. Because I think when the mayor and I were elected in 2015, we had 43 officers, and today we have 46. You're authorized for 55. We have hired a lot of people in that time period, in that 10 years, but we've also had a lot of people retire. And so it's very difficult to bring the police department to the authorized levels that we've had. And to put it in further context, when I left for the legislature in 2006, I think we had 63 officers operating within the department. So we've had a huge reduction in public safety, in particular in the police department, during those years.
Yeah, and you've heard me talk about how long it takes to train an officer by the time we hire them to get them through the academy and then through the FTO program. Of those 46, I believe we have 5 currently in training, and so those officers aren't even officers yet to be on their own. They have to be with a field training officer. And then on top of that, we have 1 officer that is currently deployed for military service, and we have another officer, actually a lieutenant, who is part of the military, and he's currently off for several weeks. So those numbers sound okay at 46, but they're not really because we're even lower based on the number of folks that we're currently training.
Mr. Whalen, did you have a follow-up?
City manager was about to respond to my point.
Mr.
So
Bellman?
the camera is not used to issue tickets.
Right.
It is only to notify ELPD when they need to do directed enforcement.
Oh, I see what your question was.
Yeah.
You were asking if the camera itself noticed somebody speeding and then could mail a ticket.
Right.
That is not legal in the state of Michigan, from my
That's-
understanding. So,
That's what I thought. Thank you for clarifying that.
yes.
Um,
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
But if there is an investigation, you could use that as a part of an ongoing investigation or something like that to help provide more safety to the community.
That is correct.
Thank you for clarification there.
I do.
Councilmember Singh.
Thank you, sir. So I have a few questions, and these updates are really important, especially recognizing what we've mobilized over the last year. Both, we have authorized additional positions since we've been here, and at least this body. I know, this is going to be a hard question to answer. Of the 9 positions, you have a few hires in the pipeline to become full-fledged officers with the team. Do you have any prediction of when we could be at the 55 or?
If Assistant Chief Kraft is in the room, he's going to tell you that we are going to be at 55 by the end of this year.
End of the calendar year, by hook or by crook or something?
He is determined that we will have 55 by December.
Okay. And that's helpful to understand. And then, as you just mentioned, it takes time to train, even when they are full-fledged officers and getting acclimated. What does that period of time look like?
So once they graduate from the police academy, which again is a 16-week period, we have approximately a 2-week orientation period. So that is the time that they learn about policies, they do qualifications down at the range, they get all of their equipment. So that's a 2-week period that they don't even get attached to a field training officer. Then after that 2-week period, they're matched with a field training officer. Each of the field training steps, depending on the officer and how quickly they are to learn streets, learn policy, learn procedures, last approximately 4 to 6 weeks. So the total field training program is typically anywhere from 4 to 6 months, depending on that particular officer.
4 to 6 months beyond, okay.
Correct.
Their academy training and.
Correct. And we do have, again, lateral officers. We, as I mentioned, had 2 join the police department. Each of those 2 officers have 5 years of experience at previous departments. And so in those circumstances, we're able to speed up the process of the field train program because they've already been officers. They simply just need to learn our policies and procedures as well as our street names. So that's why it's so important if we can get lateral hires.
Gotcha. And then tell me a bit about, and we've touched on this in a prior meeting in terms, during your interim chief time and your current, in the current position, the disciplinary actions for officers, what are those, what does that look like?
Sure. So I heard some comments during public comment, and as police chief, we have to follow contract, and we also have to follow progressive discipline. And so there are steps that we would take. Should someone violate policy or procedure, we would follow progressive discipline.
And are officers able to be promoted if they've been disciplined? Or is there a certain...
So the promotion process is, of course, we take into account discipline. We take into account performance evaluations as well. There's a lot that goes into our promotion process in terms of, when an officer goes from officer level to sergeant or sergeant to lieutenant. So it's a combination of factors, and we would certainly take discipline into account.
And are new officers, when they are assigned to field officer trainers, I can't
Field training officers.
Okay,
FTOs.
I got the words out of order there. Is there a potential that those training officers could have had discipline in their past and then than they are coaching new members.
Absolutely. Again, that's our job as administration, is if somebody is making a mistake, that we correct that behavior through that disciplinary, progressive disciplinary process. Nobody's perfect, including in law enforcement, and so that's our job as administration, to make sure that we correct the behavior. And just because somebody makes a mistake doesn't mean they're not eligible to become a field training officer or a supervisor.
Understood as someone who recently got a speeding ticket out of town.
I won't
I
ask.
am imperfect as well. I am curious, though, now I lost my train of thought. See, I make a joke and that's what happens. So the other topic I wanted to talk about, and maybe it'll jog my memory, but the social worker, you just said we just had someone resign. So does that mean we have 2 operating currently?
We have the one social worker that we've had at the department for a number of years. We made that conditional offer to the second social worker. She is our intern. She is just graduating this month, has to apply for her license through Lara, and then we'll get her on board. We anticipate that second social worker now to be on board early June at the latest.
I remember my last question. Just going back to the officers, since you've been intern chief or chief, have you had to put anyone on discipline?
Yes,
Yes.
both
Okay.
counseling and discipline.
Okay, thank you. Social workers, and then I guess we touched on training, I think, in your last report, because, we authorize a number of training supports for the officers as well, especially in de-escalation and other tactics. So, have all of those pieces that we kind of supported in finance been completed, or there's another session this summer, if I recall, if you can just remind me?
Yeah, so we have 2 upcoming sessions. One was Joe Smaro, which is a nationally recognized de-escalation instructor, and he is coming May 11th through the 14th, doing 2 two-day sessions. Then we also had retired police chief Ike McKinnon come in and do leadership training for all of our supervisors. That occurred a couple months ago. He is coming back in the month of July with a couple other instructors, and they will be training the rest of that department during that 2 July dates.
And then my last question is, how often do you have one-on-one meetings with the city manager?
Daily. Weekly at minimum, but most days we touch base at least once a day.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Just
Mr.
to
Whalen?
clarify, there was also training by Darnell Blackburn.
Yes, that training has been completed. We trained all of our officers, all of our civilian staff and supervisors in 3 sessions, January, February, and March of this year. Thank you for that reminder.
Not to mention the mayor, as it happens. Any further comments or questions? One question about the camera again. Can the camera detect speed?
Not to my understanding.
Okay, so you can't. It doesn't have the capability of being a radar gun.
No, but we do have separate radar speed signs that are placed throughout the city. We, as a police department, own some, and DPW owns some of those as well. We use those as deterrents so that people can see their speed and hopefully slow folks down. I don't know how many total we have between the 2 departments, but we do have those deployed. So those can detect speed, but again, and they're no way tied to enforcement.
Thank you. Mr. Meadows.
One last thing. You mentioned that Michigan law does not permit a camera to record and then authorize a ticket to be written. Can it authorize a warning?
Not to my understanding.
I'd like to know that. Okay.
I just had a comment. I do have a pretty in-depth, comprehensive ask of the city manager and the police chief regarding all these issues that were brought tonight, that I'm sure once they have an opportunity to collect some of that information, that we'll have further discussion on that, but I wanted to make sure that that was acknowledged.
Anything further for the police chief? Okay, thank you. Interim Chief Newman.
Good evening. Thanks for allowing us to be here for this. The opening slide there is just a informative slide for you to see. This month, we held the Metro high-angle rope training. It was held on MSU campus at the Simon Power Plant, and it is inside the transfer tower towards the back of the power plant that is no longer used. It is a building that is just standing, and they do allow us to utilize that. We had 7 departments from the area that participated in that training. There were 81 personnel that participated out of those 7 different departments. The training was held 3 consecutive days, the same training each day, in order to cover as many on-duty personnel as were possible. East Lansing had 3 instructors there, Lansing had 2 instructors, and Delhi Township had an instructor there. So we had enough instructors for the number of people that went through that training. We had, we begin this time of year, each year we begin our ride-alongs, whether it's internships or it is just the ride-along clinical time that needs to be accomplished for EMT and paramedic students from different schools throughout the Lansing area. We also have an internship that is going to begin for a paramedic student from Lake State University. He will be coming down and joining us next month, and he will spend, I believe he's going to be with us for 12 shifts. That will be picking up as well. It's just an additional training opportunity and growth opportunity for our instructors and our field training officers. As well as for the training for this month of March, we had visitation tours, as they used to be called. It's basically a tour of new buildings on campus. They give us the opportunity to not only familiarize ourselves with the buildings, the new buildings, but also to identify where the life safety system controls are located. That would have been the Multicultural Center. They also did an additional tour of Spartan Stadium. There were some things that changed there, and we made sure that our personnel were aware of those changes. But there was a specific training that was held at the Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory due to the studies and the tests that they do there change over time. So we'd like to get our personnel in there to understand any hazards that exist, things that changed, operational changes on responses, and how we actually have to adjust our PPE for any responses within that laboratory. And it's been a busy month of March, and it will be a busy month again this April. We are receiving our new power cots, stair chairs, and cardiac monitor defibrillators from Stryker. That is requiring a significant amount of training. The new cardiac monitors, they're designed and produced for a controlled hospital atmosphere when they're utilized, and we're now taking that new technology into the public field to utilize for emergency medical services. So this unit is, I sat through the very first day of class and I realized I'm a bit behind on my cardiac monitors. It is a very advanced computer by itself. It actually will, with a side of taking a 4-lead of somebody's heart or working as an automatic defibrillator, it can be controlled for not only defibrillation but cardioversion. It can perform 12-lead echocardiograms. It can also perform 15 leads. So we're in the process of learning how we are growing our own knowledge and understanding and being able to use the technology for the community. We initiated the training with the monitors last week, and we will be stepping that up throughout this month and next month, as we will be holding our ACLS and PALS recertification classes with those new monitors to make sure that all our staff have the opportunity to utilize these monitors over and over and over and over. There is a small cardiac rhythm generator that is used with the monitors. It creates the situations that a patient would present to you, so that way you're seeing it in real time. Well, your adjustments are affected and then either produce positive results or don't produce positive results, and that's how how our staff is learning off of these monitors before we actually get them on the ambulances. Can we go to the next slide? As far as emergency response in March, we saw an increase overall in every area on our responses. In the photo there is firefighter paramedic Kevin Zimmerman, who always has a smile on his face, even when he's in uncomfortable situations, and that's just a prime example right there. As far as incident responses, we had 368 EMS calls that occurred in the city of East Lansing, which was an increase of 35 over February. We had 73 that occurred on campus, which was an increase of 7. There was quite an increase in fire, rescue, and hazmat response. There were, and I've lost my number, so hold on and give me just a second on that one. 223, which was an increase of 90. There's not a specific piece that I can draw out of the data to tell you this is the reason why. We saw an increase in false fire alarms. A couple of those were due to false trips due to contractors working on systems. Others were repairs that had been made, a faulty head that was brand new, that was not acting appropriately, triggered a couple of additional alarms, but they were all small groups of addition over time, which is what increased that call volume by 90. Last month I was able to give you I was able to tabulate for you the number of calls that were received from adult care facilities. I was not able to get that data for you this time. The information that we're gleaning from dispatch, I had a complication on my end with my Excel sheet. We're working on that. We'll have that corrected and be able to get that information to you next month and have that clarified for you. We're also using the data that we're collecting out of dispatch and our EMS reporting system. We can work those two together, and I will be able to get you annual comparisons over time. That data has never been built outside of just a total number for a year. So we're now rebuilding data going back, much the same as we've done for the budget going back to 21. We're going to work on tabulating that data back for you as well, not just from this year forward, but going back and get you historical data that you can actually utilize. As far as community risk reduction, fire prevention conducted 34 safety inspections. I apologize, I didn't grab my reading glasses when I walked up here. Can we go to the next slide? I believe that's on the next one. No, it's not. All right. No, I believe there was only 3 that I had data on. I was trying to keep it short so it wasn't overwhelming. We can address this slide here. The picture there is firefighter paramedic Tung Vunwen. He is the one in the red helmet. He is actually one of our rope instructors. He has actually been on the department a shorter period of time than the captain that he is instructing and reviewing tasks with. Quite fluid in his communications and very skilled in his craft. Does an excellent job teaching. We had 197 ambulance calls that required fire truck response, so that required additional hands to respond. There were, without reading all the data to you, I don't need to read a slide to you. We did have additional mutual aid calls. We had 2 structure fire calls in Meridian Township. We responded into Lansing, into Delhi Township, and Lansing Township within this last month. I know that data was on the previous slide, and I hadn't touched base on that one, but I want to keep you updated on the amount of times that we're moving as well. Part of the data collection that I will be gathering and also taking back into the past is the amount of calls that we respond to for mutual aid as in comparison to receiving. So there are times when we are receiving a significant amount. One of the plans and the communications due to the relationships that we have with Lansing Township and with Meridian Township is on St. Patrick's Day, I was able to just send a simple message to both the chiefs. This is where we are going to be staffed for that day. If you're able to staff an additional ambulance, please do. The reply is simply put by those chiefs, thanks for the heads up, we will handle that. So we know that we have, not only do we give mutual aid services to communities, but we are receiving the same cooperation, the same professional respect coming back this direction. And they know that on our high event days that they are going to be taxed either way. So they would rather plan ahead than be caught behind. Outside of that, does anybody have any questions?
Questions for the chief?
I think a while ago, maybe you mentioned that we were requesting more mutual aid, it seemed like, and that might have been early in the school year, but that indicated that we may need more equipment, and is that still your position?
In time, I'll have the data for you, but we always seeing an increase in calls over time. And it's not that it is a major swing, it is over a year, and then you see that swing. But when it's compounded year after year after year, and everybody else is seeing the same, Lansing Township is seeing their call volume go up. The city of Lansing, Meridian Township, and a lot of those departments have maintained the same staffing levels, and they're seeing the same thing we're seeing. The fact that we took a step with 3 and added 3 was a significant swing that our outside neighbors are looking at thinking, boy, that would really be a good idea. And without question, it definitely would be. Because there are times in the year when we are requesting more, but then there's other times in the year I'll be able to show that we're stepping across the boundary the other direction. So it is definitely a give and take. It's not equal throughout the year. In each month, there are swings that come and go, much like you're seeing the run volume adjust itself month to month.
Okay, thanks.
We are receiving our 5th ambulance next month. We thought it was going to be this month. It'll be next month that we'll be receiving that. There's some work to be done on it before we have it in-house. We're making arrangements to be able to make space for it in Station 1, and the guys and the gals, even the gals call themselves the guys. It's just part of the culture. But personnel are extremely ecstatic about the fact that they're going to have that ability to have that extra ambulance on those really high volume days when we staff ahead and prepare. They know they're not just taxing the neighbor, and they know that they're not having to burden each other with quick response and dump a patient or clear a scene that they really need to spend more time on to take an additional call. They're quite relieved to be able to have that additional revenue or that additional resource, and they do appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I just ask one more
Yeah,
question?
follow up.
That actually makes me think about another station. Has that been discussed or contemplated to put a station in the northern tier at some location?
It has been contemplated, but there are also some other directions and thoughts that are being discussed as to possibly make that work to our advantage without adding the building. Just to give you the information, the conversation's occurring, but there's still pieces to data. There's still data to gather and still pieces to put together before we come and actually present something.
Mr. Grigsby, do you have?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you both for the time you put into these presentations. I know when we got together and talked about this, and just the opportunity to be able to have your time and ask these questions is really, really important, and for a lot of reasons, so I appreciate that. Thank you. I just want to say that I'm going to be fully released in May. I look forward to doing my ride-along here. We had talked about that initially, and I'm excited for that. And then the other side, on your side, I'm kind of want to get in. I mean, there's this high rope training that you got going on, and some of these different things you're doing. I really think that is really cool, just from a citizen's perspective. And I know with the ride-alongs, we have kind of that community interaction, and I don't know if we have a program on your side. I know it's a lot more specific, and there's a lot more on the line when it comes to some of the type of calls you have when it comes to another person being there who's probably not qualified, all those type of things. But I'm just throwing a seed out there in regards to some of maybe the training that you do, where you could have citizens, council, be able to have opportunity to get up high in the air and experience some of that, maybe get an opportunity to kind of really appreciate the training demands that some of the individuals have. And I think that would be a wonderful opportunity. Now, maybe that's, fantasy world right now at the moment with how we have things set up, but I just wanted to say that out loud.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
I will say that I had conversations with the former Fire Chief, Don Carson, and we tossed around two separate ideas. One would be to have like a community adult academy that ran, let's say, a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and did police type, like a introduction similar to what we do in the Citizen Police Academy, where, as you know, it's over like a 12-week period, but take those same subject matters, so canines and our detectives and our crime scene investigators, give them an hour each. They would have a full Saturday, and then Fire Chief Newman would do Friday night with like EMS and, ambulance type stuff, and then on Sunday would be fire service. We also talked about doing a kids or a teen camp, similar, have it Monday through Friday, and, run it for the youth that are in our community. And so, again, I think both of us probably have these great ideas, but, we have to have the resources to be able to do them. So hopefully we can both get to full staffing and beyond, and be able to do some of the cool things that we'd love to do for the community.
Thank you.
Mr. Newman, did you want to address?
I do remember that we held a single city council fire academy. It was on a Friday afternoon. It was a full day Friday. And Councilmember Meadows participated in that, and I have to say, I believe he was quite taxed by the time we were finished.
Well, I'll say I learned just how heavy the equipment is.
And that wasn't an insult in any way, shape, or form. That was us reviewing the fact of maybe we need to taper this back a little bit. Just because we would force ourselves to do this doesn't mean we should do that with the general public. But that is something that I would agree, that is something we could easily
I thought it was
organize
great.
and put together.
And I will say that, I learned about the third floor of Hannah, which none of us have probably been on very much because it was full of smoke, and we had to crawl up the stairs to actually get in there with our equipment on. So it was a great day, and got to cut open a car. So there were a lot of cool things that happened that day.
So just to follow up, if I may. And I know we're just talking right now, but you just said that would be something easily in concept to do. So I guess with the realities of everything that we have going on and staffing and budgets and things like that, what would the process look like, and what would you need from us or from staff, or just to give us an idea of how you think the steps would be to get to that place eventually? I know it's a loaded question. I apologize. I'm just curious.
Very similar to what I had to say to some of my staff recently was, before you react to anything, why don't you give me 2 weeks to see what can happen in conversation, and then we can come back and communicate. This is the plan. This is how it would be possible to get this accomplished, because we may have some avenues that would be highly beneficial on both sides.
Appreciate you.
And so that's potentially something we could address at the next DO meeting during the next update, potentially.
Okay.
If it works.
I think a month is probably sufficient.
Yeah, again, if you're asking what we can do, again, we have these great ideas, but we need the staffing to be able to carry them out. I would love to run 2 citizen police academies each year. We have a waiting list each and every academy. We just simply do not have the resources to run 2 academies or camps or, a community academy, like in a condensed version. So again, to Councilmember Meadows' point, I mean, there were time in history, not too far distant past, where there was almost 70 officers that worked for the department, and we're doing the same amount of work and more with, numbers in the 40s. So for us, we would need more resources for sure.
And that's why I treaded lightly with that question and just bringing it up, because I just wanted to have the conversation. I know there's some realities with a lot of different things, so please don't get the impression that I'm looking for it to be in fruition by in the next month or so. I just wanted to kind of get that thought there, and it sounds like it doesn't have to be invented or reinvented, because it's already been a template of that. So,
Any further questions? Thank you for your presentations. Appreciate the update. That brings us to item 3.2, discussion of fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget and fee schedule with emphasis on specific divisions. Mr. Bellman, are you taking the lead on this?
Sure, I'll kick off this as Audrey Kincaid gets set up. But Audrey's the Chief Financial Officer, will present the FY27 budget overview for you this evening. I wanted to touch on a couple of things that I provided you separately. One is the fiscal year 2027 budget process differed from prior years by starting in February with meetings with, the police department, the fire department, 54B District Court, Parks and Recreation and Arts, and Department of Public Works and Environmental Services, just to name a few, just so we can kind of have conversations around the goal and the process of looking at revenues very closely, making sure that those revenues are ensuring full cost recovery, and talk about potential reductions in expenditures in order to minimize the budget deficit in the general fund, but also to better understand the impact on services. I also asked those departments and all general fund departments or funds that receive contributions from the general fund to issue a memo to me if they were looking to add new positions, and so or wanted to increase their budget for new programs and services. And I put that out to you in a memo that was issued yesterday and updated earlier today. There was a typo in it. And Justin Dranke had an updated memo he wanted to attach that explained some of the new asks. And so that memo was the fiscal year 2027 city budget, department requests, and other matters. So that identified requests for additional personnel, as I mentioned, requests for additional programs and services. And of course, there were some other items I wanted to bring up, such as discussion around deer management. It's important to the city. It's not currently reflected in the budget. There was a proposal from the USDA Wildlife Services on how we could do it much more effectively. It would require a partnership with Lansing, Meridian, and the city to hire a full-time biologist. So that's in that memo, as well as other items such as the Michigan Public Health Institute Advanced Peacekeeper Program that we engaged back in '24. That expires in May of this year, and so that is no longer in the budget in FY27, but may be a conversation that council may want to have, including with the police chief, on what benefits that has and whether we want to look at how do we fund that program going forward. Again, I can go through that memo in detail either now or as we go through the budget process, but really I'm seeking your direction. Items that would increase the deficit are in that memo, and overall, I'm happy to make recommendations. And then again, I'm looking for overall direction regarding the city council's desire to address the proposed $1.7 million deficit that is currently existing in the proposed budget. The other item I wanted to touch on is strategic priorities. Again, I want to iterate the budget document includes city staff presenting suggested strategic priorities to City Council for your review and consideration. I'd like to have further discussion at a very near future DO meeting, discussion-only meeting, or a special discussion-only meeting to get your review of those and input on those priorities so that we can finalize them in the near future. And that can help us guide on how we're investing dollars in the services and where you want us to focus our limited time and resources on. When we get to the fee schedule on, I believe it's April 28th meeting, I want to talk about the entertainment license. So we introduced a new methodology this year. I don't think it's been working out as it was proposed. And so I want to have a conversation around, how do we continue to provide certain level of police services downtown during our weekends and pay for those services. I think that's a conversation that we need to have. And what does that look like? And I know the chief has been working on planning for next fall. But again, taking a look at our resources, our current position, and where we can afford to invest or what we need to do to balance those investments. And then finally, I put in front of you tonight a memo from Eric Diedzik about grant opportunities and the work that she's been working on, as we talk about identifying new revenues. That's what that memo is being provided to you for, is to look at that effort and some of the applications that are outstanding as well as the ones that we have received. So I will turn it over to Audrey to kick it off and to go into more detail unless you have any questions.
Does anybody have questions for the city manager at this point? We can cycle back to there are some points we need to revisit, but we can cycle back to them at the end. So please, our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Kincaid.
Good evening, Audrey Kincaid, Chief Financial Officer. So I drew the short straws. I'm sitting up here, but this document was prepared by all the people sitting behind me. So this is a tremendous effort by a large group of people to get the document in front of you. I want to do a special shout out to the back row back there. So there's maybe some familiar faces with Andrea Smith, Matt Torok, and Justin Geiger. And then we have some new members to our finance team that have really helped with the process. So we have a new budget analyst, Mary Stevens, who worked with DPW throughout this budget process. And then Sarah Rains is our payroll specialist who did all of the position budgeting. So if you have any questions for them, and I just want to thank you and for helping us have a more robust team to address this budget process. Again, all the people behind me are here and available, so I will try and answer any questions as we're going through. Feel free to try and stump them. They are available to answer questions, but we'll also provide a Q&A document after each of these work sessions. So any questions that you have, we may provide the answers during the meeting, but if we have to have follow-up, it'll be consolidated into a Q&A following the meeting. So just a brief overview of the document. So the first 70 pages are the kind of summary of the whole document. Easy read, has a lot of pictures. So that's where I recommend you kind of focus your attention. So that has all of the various graphs and tables that summarize all of the entire city's budget, and we'll go through those in a little bit more detail. Then following that, we have the individual funds, and then general fund and Parks and Rec are drilled down a little bit further by department. And then we also have attached is the 5-year comparative fee schedule at the back, and then some additional debt information, kind of the folded packets at the end of your document. All right, let's go on to our consolidated budget. So this year we have some extra handouts. We're not replacing them officially, but we're slipping them in. I'm just highlighting them because they're my favorite pages in the document. There's actually a couple of edits that we had in there that we just want to slip back into this document for you. The totals are all correct. We just had a little bit of categorization changes that we wanted to make for you. So this is the consolidated budget for the entire city. You can see that the The total gross budget for fiscal year 2027 is just over $200 million. And that is an increase of approximately $29 million from the prior year's budget. That is largely due to issuing debt, so we'll talk more about those when we get to the utility funds and when we get to the capital improvement funds. But that is the bulk of why there's a giant increase in the budget. But you can see general fund, our largest fund of the city, is kind of almost staying flat compared to the prior year. So through the next couple of budget work sessions, including tonight, we've got a general fund overview. Specifically, police and fire will be just talking. I'll be talking about income tax. And then we have kind of the planning, building development group with CDBG, DDA, and parking tonight. And then our next meeting will be all things DPW and Parks and Rec. So we'll talk more about capital improvements and then the utility funds and street funds at the next meeting. And then city manager mentioned that he has his memo. If we need to circle back on any of those items, we can discuss that as well. Just highlighting that there will be a public hearing scheduled. The public hearing will be scheduled for May 28th, but you'll be adopting that resolution to set the public hearing by May 12th. Okay. So these are kind of my favorite graphics of the document because it really gives you a high-level snapshot of everything. So again, not just to correct a typo, but really to draw your attention to those pages because I think they're really important. So. If there's any other funds, I think we're going to touch on a majority of those funds, but if there's any other funds or specific divisions within the general fund that you would like to discuss, let me know, and we can make sure to have somebody available to discuss those divisions. So then moving on to the general fund. We talked a lot about the general fund during the forecast presentation, so I'm not going to drill down into every individual line of the revenues and expenses. So I'm just going to highlight some of the things that kind of changed from the forecast, and I will say that not a ton changed. We're actually pretty tight with our budget, our forecast numbers. What improved was our year-end estimates for expenses. So what changed from the forecast is our 26 year-end estimate. We added to the surplus $553,000. So our 26, we're expecting to have a surplus of $918,000. Largely that is due to a one-time settlement with BWL. We also received that settlement because we paid utility bills and paid the franchise fee. So that kind of one-time increase to revenue is really the driver of that thing. We also modified some of our grant revenue and expenditures. We had some of those in our 26 estimates, but we actually pushed both the revenue and expenses out to 27. So that's what you kind of can't see the 26 year-end estimates in the whole detail, but it kind of is summarized down in that anticipated operating surplus for year ended June 2026, the 918,000, and teeny tiny off to the right. For fiscal year 27, as I said, there was not a huge amount of change in total to the forecast, from the forecast to the final budget, but there's kind of some large ups and large downs to kind of get us to neutral. So we reduced actually the use of fund balance anticipated. The forecast at about $2 million use of fund balance, and we've reduced that down to 1.7. So some of the things that we did were we increased our intergovernmental revenue. Again, we moved some of the grant revenue and expenses, so that's an offset to fiscal year 27. But then we were a little bit more aggressive on our state shared revenue based on the information that we have, based on our specific situation. We kind of increased those numbers and we're a little bit more aggressive on them. I also enhanced some of the income tax transfer numbers for public safety. And then we also changed the makeup of the income tax transfer for infrastructure. So $500,000 additional came in, not additional, $500,000 of the infrastructure came into the general fund as opposed to local streets. So we weren't seeing that in this fund, but it's sort of again, an offset because we have the transfer in revenue up, but we also have the capital outlay for sidewalks as an expense increase.
Audrey, which sheet are you looking at? Can you tell me?
General fund? Just
In-
general fund.
In the, not the slide, you're not looking at the slide, but you're looking at the budget document
Oh.
itself?
This?
What were you reading from just now so that we can?
It's just the slide with my notes on it.
Okay, got it. Okay, so you're looking at the slide.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Then for expenditures, there was, as I said, there was a revenue increase of $900,000 and then expenditure increases of $600,000. So the revenue from the forecast to the budget document, revenue kind of outpaced the expenditure changes. So one of the big things that we did was personnel services. There's a $960,000 decrease from the forecast to the budget document in personnel services. This was a recommendation by the financial health team to make sure that we included a personnel vacancy factor, and that has, as we've talked about a lot of times when we have differences in the forecast from actual to budget, a lot of times that is coming through personnel vacancies. So we wanted to incorporate that into the budget so that we don't see those artificial variances. Not to say that if we're fully staffed, we will always have a personnel vacancy factor, but that is our experience over the last several years, so it seems prudent to budget that way to not artificially create a budget problem where there may not be one, because it takes time to fill those positions. Certainly that is important to fill those positions, but it takes time. So the vacancy factor is about $643,000, and that represents about 4 police officers, 1.5 positions in the court, partially because they are using a contractor. So we're kind of reducing the personnel services, but increasing operating costs. So about 1.5 positions in the court, and then half a position in finance, again, recognizing that it takes time to fill the deputy finance director position. So we still have a COLA as a placeholder. So you are seeing from budget to budget, you are still seeing an increase, even though we have this vacancy factor, because we still have a placeholder for COLA. The wage study is going to actually tell that story, but that we have a 3% COLA to kind of approximate what that change will be. All of those contracts are in negotiation right now, so we will fare somewhere around that area is kind of what we're anticipating. Any questions about, I can just kind of finish up the operating cost discussion. We did increase operating costs from the forecast to include election equipment that was mandated by the state to be replaced. Currently, there is not a revenue source to match it, but there are sort of some things that are in the works that are sort of frozen. Hopefully, the Leo grant will get kind of unfrozen, or some state appropriations will be directed towards the sort of unfunded mandate, because all of the equipment is being decertified, so it has to be replaced. So that's about $500,000. So we're hoping that there will be a revenue source that comes out of it. But at the moment in time, we do not have that. So we wanted to make sure that we were conservative in our budget.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
So, because we had originally $1 million grant prior to the last presidential,
Yes.
and to help support college communities, but we didn't buy any new equipment at that time.
Not voting equipment.
Not voting. And then now there's a new unfunded mandate that may or may not contain additional state dollars.
Correct. We used some of the funds from that $1 million, but then it was sort of frozen by the
Yeah.
state, so we can't access it. Our intention, once it's unfrozen, would be to probably to use that. If the state allows, decides, is Amy or Emily here?
No, they're not. So-
They kind of know the status of that, so we can probably follow up with that. But I'm sure they're following that very closely. But that's the intention, is to.
Well, I just want to flag this. I would hope that if there are additional funds, and it is a funded mandate by the state, we use those funds.
Oh, absolutely.
And not
Yeah.
The grant.
part of the original
Yes.
$1 million. I
Yes.
just want to say that.
That's a
Okay.
fallback.
Yeah.
So I understand from Emily, after she attended a conference last week, that there is money in the governor's budget
help
to advance a statewide effort to replace all the soon-to-be decertified voting machines, which they do every, I don't know, 5 or 10 years. And then the Bureau of Election, I believe, is writing an RFP to,
Help
Do
with the
that,
clerks.
yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
but I think our share would still be the voting equipment for early vote centers. There were a couple that, I think it was right around 270,000 that in her portion of this budget document where she provides, that is, the clerk provides some additional information. There's some reference to, of the 465,000, there's some that may still be our responsibility because it falls outside of precincts. So they're looking to distribute some of those funds based on precincts and equipment at precincts.
Yeah, page 106 of the document talks a little bit more about that in detail.
Thank you.
I did have a question about the vacancy factor.
Yeah.
Do you budget that basically as an expenditure? How does
And-
that work?
Yeah, so that we kind of can maintain the integrity of the salaries and wage accounts and the benefit
Yeah.
accounts. I left those as if the position was in there, and then we created a new account, kind of a contra expenditure, so that we can see that vacancy factor by itself, and it kind of doesn't gum up the works. We can kind of easily remove that if we wanted to look at budget to actual or just kind of actual.
Does it play a large role in the document itself, the budget document, the vacancy factor? Does it show up as a line item anywhere in the budget document?
No, it shows
Okay.
up within personnel services.
Okay.
I don't think that it is glaringly obvious in any of those three departments, because there are, what I will say is, the differences that maybe you see in the personnel summary of positions were already approved by council. So police already has additional positions that were budgeted. So with those additional positions and the COLA and step increases net of this vacancy factor, you're not seeing a huge cliff in their personnel budget.
Okay.
If that makes sense. It's called, certainly in finance, it's called out very specifically, so you can see kind of that comparison.
Yeah, I was just wondering if, looking through the budget document, if I was missing something, if it was sort of supposed to be there in
No.
plain sight and it wasn't there?
Nope.
Okay, all right, thanks.
So one other thing regarding personnel that is discussed in the document, but was kind of a topic of conversation today, is that the budget assumes that the 9.1% health insurance cost increase is fully absorbed by the city. The healthcare task force met today, and there will be an employee co-share this year, which was not incorporated into the budget document, as again, it was discussed today. My recommendation is to reduce the employer share so that it provides a little bit of relief for all the various funds, that the insurance fund doesn't boost their reserves any further. I don't think that's necessary. I think providing relief to the funds is more appropriate, so that you will not see, and I'm not sure if you'd like to see that already incorporated into the resolution, or if we just want to see the reduction at the kind of implemented in practice, but doesn't necessarily need to be reflected in the document.
I would be interested in just knowing the ballpark figure.
Sure.
I don't know that it needs to be implemented in the document. I think this is something I was going to actually mention later. I don't think we need to be driven by the budget adoption date as a deadline for making all sorts of changes we need to make or may want to make, because we can always make them later through amendments.
Of course.
So I think that would be fine with me.
This is, one of the items that the financial health team wants a presentation on. So I'll just point that out. I think you probably already have it on the agenda, but that is a topic that came up during discussion there. So,
Can you remind me, this may be an Emily question, that on the wage study, were benefits included? They weren't? Or they were healthcare?
They did analyze benefits as part of their work.
Okay.
So kind of wrapping up the general fund, like I said, with the kind of modifications to our year-end estimates, our revisions to those, and revisions to the 27 budget request, the general fund is looking at a fund balance of 12.7 million. So and that is versus the 11.8 that we had talked about at the forecast presentation. So any other questions, kind of high level about the general fund? before we move on to the next slide.
Any further questions concerning the general fund? Okay.
So next slide is just kind of one more time that shout out about property taxes, or, getting this information out there as many ways as possible, that, your property tax bill, while a large portion of it is the city of East Lansing, 30%, the vast majority is not East Lansing. So it's interesting to note that the general fund is approximately the same amount as the full Ingham County share. So just one more time, kind of providing that information to the public that your property tax bill is not exclusively the city of East Lansing.
And oddly, nobody complains about the county taxes. Everybody complains about the city taxes. Very odd.
Good living over there.
Yeah, and nobody, well, that's a separate question. All right, thank you.
All right.
So to be, the 23% of the city general fund, 3% of the city waste recycling, and 4% for the library, 30%. It's amazing.
It is amazing.
Considering all the pockets that goes to. I think we're the only ones that hear it.
So sneaking in here is Andrea to help me talk about the income tax fund. So if we could go on to the next slide, you can see high level, here's what the income tax fund's looking like. This, I definitely was more aggressive this year. We've finally started to see some consistent increases year over year, as opposed to kind of the roller coaster that we had been experiencing. So while it looks like a very large jump in income tax revenue from the 26 to the 27 budget, 26 is actually on pace to be about 18.5 million. So 25, 26, and 27 are a little bit more in line, kind of hopefully up and continuing up on the roller coaster, maybe an inclined treadmill instead. So as I said, those numbers are a little bit more aggressive to see if those are going to come to fruition. But then that obviously impacts kind of everything below it. So some of the other information just for operating and administrative expenses in there, there's administrative personnel expenses. We have 2 employees in that department working on compliance. Anything you want to share about?
Once again, Andrea Smith, City Treasurer. So we've had, last year you guys gave us permission to hire another employee for income tax, and we've greatly appreciated. They've been very busy, especially this week, because everyone believes that the taxes are due tomorrow, which they are not for city tax. They are due at the end of the month. But it's been going great. We've been pretty much, she continuously is calling, trying to get compliance with individuals, companies, and it's been going really well, which I think is part of the uptick of the income we're seeing. So I think that has been great. If you haven't seen, they do have an internal office now. It is inside and not out in the hallway anymore, so that has been a great thing also. I think citizens have really appreciated that. But I would say that going forward, that is one of our goals still, is to continue getting higher compliance, to continue getting the income and finding anyone who isn't complying, which is generally non-residents, is the hardest one to go after.
Then I'm going to kind of skip over the supplemental pension, but operating costs are increasing, but they're mostly based on our processing fees, and that's based on volume. So the more mail we send out, the more returns we process, the increase of those costs. So then the remainder of the things that you're seeing in there are all the charter required contributions or allocation for pension, for public safety, and for infrastructure. And you can kind of see that, as I said a little bit in the general fund, the makeup of the infrastructure allocation has changed a little bit in 27, just based on recommended projects by the individual department. So a lot was going to local streets. They kind of have a backlog of stuff, and they feel like they've got plenty of dollars there. So we're moving it to sidewalks and to some facility improvements for the garage or DPW building. If we could go to the next slide, this is what I kind of really like talking about. I think this is a great representation of the income tax. So this is a snapshot of just this year's breakdown. So in the top corner, you can see the gross income tax. The first thing that we do is make sure that the general fund is whole for property taxes. And then we have the administrative costs for processing returns and the people. And then that net $10 million is what is available to allocate. And that is $10.7 million extra that the city would not have without the income tax. And that is an incredibly large number. And if you go to the income tax fund in the book, there's also a comparable through fiscal year 25 aggregate number, and so we have allocated $47.2 extra million to support the city's pension, public safety, and infrastructure improvements. So going to take the opportunity to say without the income tax, that's $2 million less out of the police and fire operating budget. That's $2 million less out of infrastructure improvements, park improvements, facility improvements that we wouldn't otherwise be able to accommodate.
Can I just need to refresh my memory. And the ballot initiative that was passed on the income tax, that part of that was to pay down the pension investment by what percentage? Wasn't it a percentage?
I don't recall.
I knew, say it again? 60%.
60% of the net income tax goes to pension liabilities.
And then did we decide the other year to do additional on top of that?
I think there have been times when there's been
Operating
additional
where
money.
we do contribute additional for the fire department.
It is part of this allocation. We take it out of the income tax fund and move it to the general fund so fire can pay it into their division, but it is still part of the 60% income tax. Yeah.
So we're just meeting the 60%, we're not going beyond it?
Correct.
I thought we did, okay.
In years past, without the income tax, the general fund was budgeting to contribute supplemental payments.
Okay.
There was one year where we had a very large grant specifically for supplemental payments. Maybe that's what you're
probably
thinking,
why.
yeah. And then kind of right there is when we kind of flip the switch to do exclusively income tax.
Sorry, I'm looking at where we could nip and tuck maybe, but, okay, never mind.
Are we gaining ground on that?
Pardon?
Are we
Yes.
gaining ground?
Yeah, we are over 70% funded.
So if we continue having an income tax, what's the date where we're fully funded?
Based on the December 30, 2024, because we won't get 25 until the summer, it's looking like 2037, but that is only with a portion of, so we kind of switched tactics and we're putting all of the income tax into our surplus divisions, which helps us get to our higher funding ratio. And so because we're talking about a year and a couple months ago, we don't have as many dollars, but this next valuation will have many dollars in that surplus division. And so that date, I'm hoping, when we see that new valuation, will come in a little bit, I'm hoping.
I do have a question on it because I'm a little confused. I do, that's usually my case, I think, but the way that the income tax was contemplated in terms of the 60%, that 60% was to be paid on an annual basis, and our projection was by the time that I don't think we ever thought we'd project to 100%.
Okay.
But our projection was somewhere in the 85 to 90% at the end of the time frame. And some of the documents that were passed out to financial health team, I thought indicated that we weren't actually putting 60% towards that unfunded liability. I'll be happy to bring that document in, but I did have questions on it. So are we making a full 60% extra
Oh, yes.
contribution every year?
Yeah, all of these $6.4 million will be into the surplus division on top of our required contribution, on top of.
Yeah, and I think we have made great strides. Let me put that out there. But one of the questions I have is that, of course, we're at the mercy of MERS and the changing of their calculation pretty much on a regular basis. You know, I know now that I'm going to live to be 87, so and I was only going to live to 83 when this all started. So those changes make a huge difference in what our unfunded liability is. And, but by this point in time, our annual required contribution, we thought would be paid down to somewhere around $3 million a year. It's higher than that.
Oh, yes, it's
Yeah.
about 10 million.
And I just want to make sure that the public knows, that's not because we haven't been doing it. It's because MERS changes the game almost every year,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and I will say, where I said we kind of changed tactics is if you are contributing the supplemental to divisions, yes, you can reduce your annual required contribution, but that's pushing your fully funded date out. So by continuing to make your annual required contribution and anything supplemental going into surplus, that helps your funded ratio. So if you have further questions, I will ask MERS to help you with that, but that's kind of the log line there. So it is intentional what we are doing. Yes, we can still afford these higher payments because we don't want to have to push it out into the future. So that's why we're putting everything supplemental into surplus. And I use those terms very specifically because they mean very specific things. Yeah.
Mr. Bellman.
Just to add, I just want to stress the charter spells out how we spend income tax. It calls for 60% in the charter to go to pension, and the 20% to police and fire, and 20% to infrastructure. So it's not like administratively or council could change how that money is divvied up.
And the 60% is called out as being supplemental.
Yes.
A supplemental payment in the charter.
Yes.
So it's not like we can decide to substitute the 60% for our annual required contribution.
Nope.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there's no room to nip and tuck, unfortunately.
And
No.
just to confirm, this comment that is on page 163 that says funds have been held in reserve as the income tax expires in calendar year 2030, that is authorized by the charter and the manner in which we're utilizing this, right?
Yeah. So all of those dollars will eventually be allocated 60-20-20, but we're holding them in reserves because we know at the end of, because December 30th is in the middle of a fiscal year. So we know that we still have the property tax reimbursement that we have to fund, and then we still have administrative costs to process for several years for compliance and making sure that people are filing returns. So we want to make sure that we have enough in reserve. Maybe it's more than we need at this moment in time, but that we have enough to continue the administration. But once all the administrative costs are complete, they will be allocated 60-20-20 per the charter.
And then one last question, because I know the financial health team is asking this question as well. Is it time for us to start talking about extending the income tax?
I
And would
think it
that
is-
be your recommendation?
That would be my recommendation, to absolutely start those conversations. I might recommend a different allocation of those funds, but I think it is absolutely time to talk about renewing the income tax. It
Can
is.
I ask that question differently?
Okay.
If we didn't have an income tax, what would be our whole?
So just looking at the public safety piece of it, so add $2.1 million to that $1.7 million deficit off the top. So infrastructure, while not recommended, we can defer it. Public safety, that is going to fund operating costs, people on the ground. So we're losing that $2 million right there.
And while we're talking about this, so I really appreciate how you've framed the presentation about the income tax. I think this is an important communication function, and thank you for your approach to that. The background here is that a quarter of our land mass in East Lansing is not taxable via property taxes, right? We can't tax MSC's property, but we can tax their income. We can tax their salaries. And so that's how we are making up for that difference. And if we had had an income tax since 1907, we would be in a very different situation.
I think the next couple slides will be very helpful for that point.
And this is where I come in.
Yep.
And so this is, we've talked about this in the past, and I know you've asked about it in the past, is that the income tax here is, this is just a showing that each year is the majority of our funds come from income tax, come from non-residents. So although we do get quite a bit from residents, and we hope to go compliance-wise to get more of the non-residents, we do get the most money from non-residents, which are people who work in the area. So what we want to do is continue with our compliance, continue finding the people who are not filing. This is kind of confusing because it does not show, obviously you're looking at an amount of money that was $19 million. These are only the people who have filed. So people who, companies withhold for people, anyone can withhold. We get all of that money, but not everyone files. So we can only determine who is a resident or a non-resident if someone actually files their return. So what we are trying to do is go find those people who haven't filed. It's much easier to find a resident who's not filed because they live here. It's much harder to find a non-resident who hasn't filed and try to track them down and get them to file, which is why we get state tape. The state of Michigan, we have to pay for that to get them to say, oh, we have someone in your jurisdiction who filed their state taxes, but they haven't filed their city taxes. So those are things that we are doing, finding businesses who aren't withholding from their individuals who work there, going and finding them and getting them to be in compliance and things like that. So if you go to the next slide, this is the same information, but on a graphic. So it's just in graph form, but this does show you that the dark blue is non-residents and the green is residents. So it is important to show that, yes, it is the non-residents are those who are in our community, who are using our, our roads and things like that, who are not paying property taxes, but are contributing through income tax.
Is the sum of the non-resident and resident yearly in this graph, is that out of the net, or is that out of the gross, or is that even a sensible question? Or does it not matter?
It would be out of the gross.
Okay.
But, well, that's not true. It's out of the net because we do reduce out the property tax out of this number. So
Okay.
the property tax payback.
Got it. So if you look at tax year 2024, you've got 4 million from non-residents and 2 million from residents. So that's roughly 6 million total out of the 10,
Yes.
approximately, which means that about $4 million comes in from withholding that people don't file for.
Correct. So there's a lot of money out there still.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That only took me about 2 years to understand that difference.
It's difficult.
What
Yep.
happened in '23?
So 2023, so there's a lot of,
That's a significant amount of money.
it is. There's a lot of factors going in. So we probably, when this information's been given, I'd have to go get newer information still. We may not have the state tape yet for 2023 or have not been super into it yet. So the state tapes come quite later, and we probably have not been able to go and send out all the notices for it yet. And we had been, I'm thinking right now, we probably are getting state tape for 2023 right now, because it's in a delay. So.
That makes sense. I wasn't meaning.
No.
I just didn't
Yep.
know if there's a drastic increase or whatever.
Yep,
It
so
makes sense
so
for
our
administrative
compliance
issues.
goes in a delay, and so that's why I know we'd been up to 2022, and that's how we start getting the information after that.
Right.
But, and then some of the lower in the beginning was because people were during COVID. Yep.
Well, when did we do the online system?
The online system has only been going for a little over a year. This would be the second year for returns.
What other questions can I answer on income tax or general fund as a whole?
I just want to confirm something. Our reduction in property tax, a 5 mil reduction that went along with the income tax, only exists as long as the income tax sits there. So the fact that we are reimbursing ourselves our citizens and some people who don't live there contribute to the reimbursement. It's not just our citizens, but only our citizens would pay the 5 mills if the income tax disappeared.
Yep, once reinstated, yep, those
Got
will
it.
go back on the tax bill.
Yes, so they would see a significant increase in their property taxes if the income tax does not get renewed.
Mr. Grigsby?
Yeah, I just had a question about, going back to what you said in relation to having the conversation now and kind of getting that geared up. And obviously, this is my first row through this, but, obviously, that's really, really huge to get the education out there to the community and to exactly what is expected of them, and then also what's on the line by this not going through. And I'm really concerned about making that concerted effort to the community so they understand and make a decision based off a lot of the facts that we have available to them. And like I said, I don't know how the first process went, but going forward, especially with how much is on the line when it comes to the need and what that would look like without that income tax being extended in 2030. So can you just give me a couple sentences about kind of what that would look like, or maybe you guys can maybe weigh into that?
What the process would look like?
Yes.
That I'm not entirely sure. I think this is the time to start having those conversations because we have several years before the income tax expires. So we want to make sure we know what's going to happen when that deadline approaches. I think, as you said, clarity about what our intentions and uses of the fund, because I think that's a different conversation than it was in the original income tax. So I think conversations about how we intend to use the funds, how long we intend to have it in place. As you said, it's very complicated, so I want to make sure that we are very clear with the facts and that we aren't obscuring anything, and we're trying to make it very clear what the intention is, what the uses will be, and kind of the history of what we've seen. So there's just a lot of conversation that's probably going to happen from that.
Yeah. And is that a lot to do like with public comment or public communication and people coming in and you guys doing presentations? Is that mailers? Is it everything on the table when it comes to that? Pretty much.
Speaking to the couple that were here at the time, I think there was door to door. I think there were all of the above, correct?
There
was a
were
campaign.
all of the above, I'd say. And we went to every neighborhood meeting that we could go to talk about the taxes. We went door to door. There were mailings. I think it would be helpful, it's when you sort of educate us on what's happening with the income tax, that seems to me to be a perfectly appropriate expenditure for the city to tell people, this is where your taxes go. These are the taxes, one of the items is, a lot of those taxes are not our taxes. So, and I don't think people understand that we're just the collector, although we do get 1% for doing that. And we want to keep doing it. But it's important for us to provide, I think, a lot more education if we are going to go forward and try to do this again. It took 2 elections.
Yeah.
By the second election, I think people had an opportunity to actually look at what we were trying to do, to dedicate the money, to let them know this is where your money is going to go, because that's, I think, extremely important to people. And we convinced the public that it was the right thing to do. In fact, people would tell me, even at the door, I voted against it last time, but I'm voting for it this time. So, and I understand it more, especially older people who got a great benefit from this. Okay, so.
It almost feels like it's a campaign within itself, when
Absolutely.
it comes to that. So that vote on that is really, and that's kind of a different way of going about it as far as from the city standpoint as opposed to the candidate. But that's what it feels like to me. It's like it's really a lot of on the ground, knocking on doors, and really just having those conversations.
As part of this, if you go back a few slides, there's the breakout of where the taxes go to the county. Back a couple more. That is a flyer that is in our property taxes, and on the other side of that is the income tax information, if I remember right.
Yep.
And that was something we started in 2019 after it was adopted, and then it sort of fell away in the intervening years, and then we started again, I think, a couple of years ago, right? And so this is part of, every time you open your tax bill, here's a piece of information about your taxes and what makes it up, because it's really important, and people wouldn't otherwise know.
I mean, just full-on blitz is what I'm thinking.
Yep.
As you guys know that, probably.
Okay. Was that, you were ready to move on, right, we were done with?
Police will be next.
Okay, police will be next. Thank you for your presentation, both of you. Welcome back, Chief Brown.
Sir,
Welcome, Ms. Schaefer.
good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to present the East Lansing Police Department's FY 2027 proposed budget. I'm joined this evening by Administrative Assistant Diane Schaefer, Assistant Chief Matt Kraft, and Captain Adrian O'Hario. I'd like to take time to recognize Diane, who continues to serve as the backbone of our department's budget process. Her expertise, attention to detail, and steady guidance are invaluable to our work. At its core, this budget reflects our continued commitment to equitable enforcement, strong community partnerships, and providing high-quality police services to everyone in our city. Our officers are not only responding to calls and investigating crimes, but are also engaging with residents, attending neighborhood meetings and events, and working collaboratively to address quality of life concerns. Our goals for FY 2027 are centered on three key areas: staffing, training, and community engagement. First, I'll talk about staffing, which I talked about a little bit earlier. We are working really hard to reach our full staffing levels, which hasn't been done since 2019. This is a significant milestone and will allow us to operate more efficiently, reduce reliance on overtime, and better meet the needs of the community. We continue to invest in recruitment and retention through our cadet program, academy sponsorships and mentorships, and ensuring that we are building a strong, sustainable workforce. Tied to staffing levels is our training, and again, we talked about that a little bit earlier. As we bring in new officers, training becomes even more critical. Today's officers are expected to handle increasingly complex situations, and we're committed to ensuring that they have the knowledge, skills, and abilities to do so effectively. This includes continued professional education, leadership development, and maintaining compliance with best practices and legal standards. Third, I want to talk about community engagement. We know that effective policing relies on strong relationships. This budget supports our community service unit, which includes our social workers as well as our neighborhood resource specialists, and expands our outreach through events, partnerships, and problem-oriented policing strategies. These efforts are essential to build trust and address concerns before they escalate. You will also see in the budget that we're focused on investing in traffic safety. As you're very aware of, traffic concerns continue to be one of the most common issues raised by residents. In response, we'll be increasing targeted enforcement on speeding, impaired driving, and distracted driving. Our goal in FY 2027, when staffing allows, is to dedicate 2 officers specifically to traffic enforcement to improve roadway safety across our city. In addition, we'll continue to prioritize our downtown safety. Through a partnership with the Downtown Development Authority, we plan to dedicate 2 officers proactively to address issues downtown. These positions have a net zero impact on the general fund, as the DDA will be fully funding them. They will focus on problem solving, relationship building, and maintaining a visible presence in our busiest area. Again, we will be able to dedicate these officers when we're back to full staffing. From a financial perspective, the FY 2027 budget reflects an overall increase driven primarily by personnel costs, training, and necessary equipment. We are also seeing an increase in legal services due to a greater reliance on city attorneys for ordinance compliance and policy review. At the same time, we remain committed to being fiscally responsible. We continue to pursue grant funding to offset costs for training, equipment, and technology, including traffic enforcement tools and public safety initiatives. In closing, this budget positions the East Lansing Police Department to operate at full strength while focusing on what matters most, keeping our community safe, strengthening relationships, and providing all the public safety needs that we can provide to our community. We're committed to providing professional, transparent, and responsive service, and we appreciate your continued support in helping us achieve these goals. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for the chief? Councilmember Singh, did you?
I do. I'm not where I need to be in some of my notes, but what is the, what your current budget is?
In terms of number of officers?
No, like you're asking for 16 million in the 2027 budget?
And the 2025, or excuse me, are you asking the 2026 amended budget number?
Yes.
That is $16,252,240.
And that is, so this is another $400,000.
Yeah, I believe it's I can't read the screen from here, but
Ish.
it's about 2%. 2.6%. Thank you.
And that, oh, there it is right there in the green, I see. And that, and the majority, what's the top lines? I know you may have, through your narrative, covered this, but what's the bulleted version of the 2.6 increase? Where does it go?
Personnel cost is probably the top.
Overtime or new positions?
New positions, benefits, taxes for those positions.
Okay, and the total new positions you're requesting?
We haven't requested additional positions.
Okay, I
for
misheard her.
FY 2027.
Okay,
Just
no
the
new.
cost of those positions has gone up every year.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
There is the supplemental request that's attached to our packet where you propose a couple of additional, you propose 2 full-time PACE officers.
That is correct. That's a question that you asked earlier,
Yep.
and we were asked to prepare sort of a wish list outside of what our prepared budget was. And that's includes additional position, one for our records department, a full-time records person. We've seen a big increase in the last couple of years in terms of the workload. One of the biggest things that we see is requests for body-worn camera footage, and that has to be redacted and reviewed all before it leaves the station. And so, again, those current record staff cannot keep pace with what the requests are. We're also asking for 2 full-time PACE officers. We would reduce the number of part-time that we have, but similar to the question that you asked earlier, is that we do see quite a significant turnover in our part-time staff. And so we do feel it would be better for the police department and the community long-term to have 2 full-time PACE officers.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. It wasn't clear from the memo that you were asking to convert some part-time positions to full-time positions. Maybe I just didn't
Yeah,
look at it
so
closely, but
converting 4 part-time to 2 full-time
Okay.
PACE officers would cost about $1,600.
do you have an estimate of, it's probably hard to arrive at this, but do you have an estimate of sort of what the break-even point is given the turnover that you've been encountering? So it costs you a certain amount of time to train new part-time officers, right? And then if their average time to leave, if they stick around for a year, we only really have them for what, 8 months?
Yeah, 6 to 8
Maybe
months.
6 to 8 months. And so that's you know, a 30% overhead on them that you could apply to a full-time position. I guess that's the kind of mathematics I was wondering whether you had worked through.
We have simply just projected the cost of the conversion from the 4 part-time to the 2 full-time, and you can see it's minimal.
I can speak to when I first started here 15 years ago. Whenever we had a full-time PACE officer leave, we converted that position to 2 part-time positions to save money on benefits. But that's when the turnover started.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so that's the trade-off, right? Okay. Any further questions about police budget? Mr. Grigsby?
No, I I'm just want to comment on the initiative that Deputy Chief,
Assistant Chief Kraft.
Assistant Chief Kraft, excuse me, I apologize. Just his initiative to get staffed up in the overtime cost that we have right now, it's really alarming, the numbers, and it just, I really think you have an important initiative to kind of really get that under control, in my humble opinion.
No pressure.
I am going to just take this moment, because I know, I think the Mayor Pro Tem was talking about Welcome Week and some of the fall preparations outside of the additional officers that we already added, I mean, theoretically, in the budget. There's other mechanisms that we can leverage, which I hope MSU communications, communicating to incoming freshmen in terms of community expectations, whatever the right messaging and framework that they are joining our community, like doing a deep dive with them and figuring out what we can do is part of setting a tone and welcoming folks to our community, not just putting, boots on the ground downtown and, trying to leverage other tactics. So I just wanted to take that moment to say that out loud.
A quick response. As a part of RHC today, MSU is very invested in a good communication process for this fall, and they're working with Captain O'Hario and several others to work on that communication to incoming freshmen.
That sounds like a future presentation, if I can.
That's a great idea. But there's a lot of collaboration
Proof is
going
in
on
the
with
details.
There's a lot of collaboration with MSU right now,
I
especially with RHT.
love hearing that. I can't wait to hear more.
Anything
And
further?
so this is for the city manager. So everyone's going to hear all the different options for the budget, and obviously we're concerned about any overages, and we don't want to run into any kind of deficit. What is the basic increase in revenues projected for next year? So if we hear a projected 3% increase, do we have any idea? Does that mean that's 3% and we're not projecting revenue increases? Or are we just trying to get kind of a basis to figure out where we solve the 1.7 problem? Maybe that's a too simplistic question for a complex answer.
I'll get you some information.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further for police? Okay, thank you. Mr. Newman, welcome back.
Good evening. So being the first budget that I've been involved with from the bottom to the top, front to back, very educational opportunity. Might want to just jump directly to, with the addition of the 3 personnel that were approved to add to the group to bring us up to 57. We have the largest increase is going to be on that personnel cost when you're looking at the fire department budget. There are some additional pieces that will be presented separately as a long-term budget process to be able to cover some capital purchases down the road that have not been planned for many years back. The one specific that I'm talking about is the self-contained breathing apparatus that our personnel use for protective air when they work in IDLH atmospheres. Acronym means immediately dangerous to life and health. Making that purchase of the SCBA, the group of equipment that we have currently with the number of packs, tanks, and masks is over $500,000. So to come to you and tell you when the city's already looking at a shortfall on budget is that we are looking at having to replace these items in the future. Within 7 years, it will be the time that they are, by standards and by OSHA, have to be retired and replaced. And to come to you and just state directly that there needs to be $500,000 accounted for to be able to make that purchase, I didn't find that to be fiscally responsible. So on a separate portion, you will be receiving a proposal from me to consider of creating basically a savings account for that purchase in 7 years and to allocate $77,000 a year to that account. And at the time it's time to make that purchase and take care of that capital purchase, we'll have the funds for that without it directly affecting by $500,000 in one swing. Knowing that we had the increase on the personnel costs with the additional 3, that created the greatest percentage of increase on our budget. Getting down to the brass tacks of services, the services remain unchanged. The response remains unchanged. The staffing remains unchanged as proposed. But that 3% or those 3 additional personnel present that additional percentage increase. In previous, you can see on the slide in 25 for 2025 actual charges for service was just over $2 million. The amended budget that was proposed and presented last year was 2.9. We are not going to make that 2.9. I can't figure out where that was all supposed to account from. But currently, we're not going to be able to make that on charges for service. We charge for our services. We receive specific funding back in return, but I can't grow. I can't just create numbers for you. So to tell you straight up, we're not going to be able to make that as it was amended, is the reason why you see that $800,000 decrease for this next fiscal year is in a realistic range. That 2.1 is realistic. So that wasn't carried over to try to duplicate that same number again. So when you look at those numbers and you start to adjust, you can see that overall on the expenses, it's going from a $14 million budget to a 14.4. You take into account the 3 additional people, and you take into the account that we're not going to be able to bring in the entire $2.9 million. That creates that change up of $2.4 million increase for this next fiscal year. We will be maintaining the total staffing of 57. This past year, we did not have the 2 cadet positions filled at all. The reason we did not have those 2 cadet positions filled was because we had hired EMTs that we agreed to send to paramedic school, and that funding for that training had to come from somewhere, and it came out of that. It was an adjustment across, and we just didn't fill those 2 cadet positions. Hopefully this next year we'll be able to fill those 2 cadet positions. Out of that cadet program, we have hired several full-time staff, and they have been outstanding. The ones who have stayed within the cadet program and then applied for the full-time positions, they've been outstanding because they have completed their training prior to coming in as full-time. They've been able to establish themselves professionally within the department, understood the operations of the department, understood the standard that they were going to be held to, and it's worked out as a great tool to bring in quality people into the department. We hope to be able to follow up on that this next year. With the staffing level, one of the pieces I wanted to present at this point in time was we brought on 2 brand new firefighter paramedics yesterday. They started yesterday to fill the 2 open positions that we had, and I was so excited to come in here and tell you that we were going to be fully staffed and maintained, and I unfortunately received a letter of resignation this week. We have had a young lady, very high-quality firefighter paramedic who has decided that she is changing her goal and she is going to be building her family and focusing on her family. So we're bummed that she's leaving, but at the same time, you have to respect a goal like that and making decisions for that reason. So we are, again, posting for another firefighter paramedic, and we'll be running the process again. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for the chief?
I need another, remind me, when we buy equipment or maybe even invest, how does that charge work with MSU? Is the equipment cost somehow appropriated to what we're charging them? Is that making sense?
Yes, it does. It's a difficult one to answer.
Okay.
When we buy, any capital purchase that we make is understood that the city of East Lansing is making that capital purchase. We do receive roughly $3.7 million from Public 289 funding from the state for public buildings. We also receive $326,000 from MSU separately per year, and that is specific to buildings and structures that they have that are not on not on city property. They would be in Meridian Township or in Lansing or just venturing over into Allerton Township. Those properties, that is where that funding comes from, is to fund us for coverage of those buildings. One of the pieces I think that needs to be accomplished is a true breakdown of response requirements, level of service required to those properties, and then be able to come back with where do those numbers balance out? How do they equate to each other? Are they balanced, or is there an offset? We have a hazmat technical response truck that is specific and is through a letter of agreement with MSU, the city is required to provide for that service to MSU. That being said, there are benefits that are returned from MSU in the agreement. They provide for us at no cost specific hazmat training throughout the year for our staff. They calibrate monitors for us. They handle minor maintenance on those air monitors, radiation monitors, and they assist through those pieces. That is the way it has been in all of my 25 years. How that actually balances out and measures against each other, that's what we can't tell you because there's never been any data collected to make that comparison.
I'm curious.
You and I both, and it's taken quite a bit of time to even begin getting that information gathered.
And I just want to thank you for comments earlier. I think both your investment strategy that you mentioned during your presentation for, preparing for equipment costs into the future, but also with Councilmember Meadows' question about having another facility or fire station up on the northern tier, but you considering other avenues to ensure safety, but yet maybe avoiding the cost of having a full-blown station. So I just want to thank you for thinking critically about, what's ahead of us, but yet ensuring, again, that the community is safe, so.
There is growth in the community, without question. We all see it. But there's also a growth in the demand of services. And that is something that all municipalities are seeing. And I think that we need to start looking at that from a broader lens. We need to consider gathering data outside of just the boundaries of the city of East Lansing and looking at a much bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
Anything further, Mr. Whalen?
Just a very quick comment. Your numbers would be pretty much balanced if it wasn't for, it seemed like the overestimate of the income. Because the income was at 2 million and 25, then it was increased potential of 2.9. Now it's back down to 2.1. and you're off by about 800 grand. So it seems like, other than that difference from that income projection for this year, you're pretty
It's close.
balanced.
It's close.
Okay, any further questions for the chief? All right, thank you for your presentation.
All right, thank you.
Before we move to the next presentation, I wanted to recognize Chief Judge Molly Hennessy Greenwalt and Court Administrator Nicole Evans. If you would like to have a seat.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and good evening to council and to City Manager Bellman and Mr. Jopik. Nice to see you again. Before we move on from police and fire, Nicole Evans, who I know you all know, she's our wonderful court administrator at 54B, and I are here tonight to address one of the items that was on the city manager's memo of today. I think it was an add-on, and it was I think titled Other Matters, and specifically Other Matter, I think it was paragraph number 3. And I know you have so much paper before you, so if you need time or space to find that, but that's my best guidance. In that item, apparently, it's my understanding that the city is considering changing its accounting practices so that revenue that's generated from court cases would appear as revenue that would be generated by other divisions in the city. So as I understand it, specifically, revenue that would be generated from ordinance fines in criminal matters or parking matters, OWI cost recovery, parking fines that are collected by the court would appear as revenue that was generated by police or parking or fire. I just want to begin by saying the court does not retain any collected funds, so we don't necessarily care one way or the other how the city decides to structure its accounting, as long as it's accurate, of course. But there are some considerations that I just wanted to make here tonight, and I have 4 points. The first is that if the city is considering this, they want to make sure that it's consistent with the law. And there's a specific statute that governs how district courts of third class, like ours, is to assess fines and costs. And Mr. Jopik, I can give you that site by email or right now. It's MCL 600 8379, and I think this has been provided to the city manager. And it just states that in district courts of third class, all fines and costs must be paid to the political subdivision. So when we collect fines and costs, it goes to the city. It doesn't go to police or parking or any particular division. We will always, per the statute, transmit those funds to the city. I don't think we're being asked to change our what we do, but nonetheless, I think that statute may arguably contemplate that the fines and costs that are collected by the court are court revenue, or at least court-generated revenue. I also note Nicole has done a survey of other courts, and no other courts that we know of, the funding unit does not account for court-generated revenue in the way that the city is thinking about it. And thirdly, some of you may know that the legislature currently has before it some recommendations about alternative court trial court funding. And this has been something that they've been working on for a number of years. It's unclear if and when the legislature would ever adopt these recommendations, but I want to share this with you that I think if the city were to adopt the accounting change that it's considering, it could be detrimental to the city's budget under that new regime of alternative trial court funding. And it's complicated, and I would be happy to talk about it more in detail at some other time, but basically, under the methodology that those recommendations would use, the city would end up with a higher contribution to court funding if those revenues are removed from the court. And then lastly, I just ask or suggest that the city may want to consider if this accounting practice would create an appearance problem, not really for the court, but possibly for the city and possibly for the police. And I don't know if Council Member Whalen would be so kind as to just, if I could use you as an example. Officer Whalen, you know, when you were investigating an operating while intoxicated case and you decided you issued a charge for that charge, I don't think that you expected to collect fines and costs at the station or on the road. And really, quite frankly, I don't think you were thinking about fines and costs, were you?
To respond directly, there was always, and again, I'm glad that that career is complete and it's finished, and I'm no longer go by that title, but I do think there is a concern with someone saying, why are you doing this? You're doing this to make money, this and that. And really, I think the intention, I can only speak for myself, I think I can speak for the rest, is the desire was to correct behavior and not to make money. So I think that there's a pretty important delineation between those two different things. And so in juvenile law, it's more correcting behavior, and there is a correcting behavior or punishing behavior for adults, but I think that keeping that line a little separate makes a lot of sense to me.
I appreciate that. You know, I think that the point is that fines and costs for a violation of the law aren't due when a police officer issues a ticket or makes a charge. They're due after that person has received all the process that they are due, and then a neutral magistrate has determined that they are responsible for that violation of the law, and then that neutral magistrate has determined that these fines and costs are right and just under the circumstances. That's when fines and costs are due, and I think that's why the accounting practices historically have always recognized that revenues from court cases are reflected, you know, by the court. So again, the court does not retain any of these funds, and this is not at all why Nicole and I are here tonight. But I did think, you know, it would be a change, and if the council is going to consider that change, these are some considerations you may want to think about.
Any questions for the judge?
Appreciate you coming.
Okay, well, I appreciate all you, and thank you, Mayor, and thank you for squeezing us in. I appreciate that.
I do appreciate the clarity and the information.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up. Welcome.
Hello, Council. Matt Apostle, Community and Economic Development Specialist here with the City of East Lansing.
And Nicholas Prefontaine, Community and Economic Development Specialist. So today we're going to present the Community Development Block Grant budget. So we have a process where we have a Community Development Advisory Committee that is just a short committee that spans from around September to January or February. And they take in the applications, review them. All the applicants are there to answer any questions the committee has. And then after that, we go through each applications with the committee, and they select how much they're going to disperse to each of the applicants. We had 7 public service applicants this year. And then 3 of the applicants were for the public facility improvements or housing rehab, which was the Spartan Housing Cooperative. And then 20% of the grant can go towards administration. And so we The allocation just came out around a week and a half ago, so they were basing it off the last year's fiscal year's allocation that we got, and then they wanted to adjust each equally to what we got when they released it, and it was lower than last year's. Last year's was around 401,425, and then this year's was 393,905, so it was a little bit lower. And that's the trend we've been seeing over the past couple of years. It's been getting a little bit lower. It does fluctuate. There's been years where we've gotten lower and then we've gotten higher. So, but yeah, if you have any questions about that.
Questions?
I do. Sorry, what historically? How long have we been doing the committee?
It was 2023, I think it was. We started doing the committee itself because I think before that it was just staff was taking in the applications and divvying it up. But Matt probably would know better than I do because I just started here in November. So
I can clarify. So this iteration of the Community Development Advisory Committee was started in 2021. So we've been doing it. I believe that this would have been our fifth time going through this Community Development Advisory Committee process. There was a brief lapse where we didn't have the committee in the late 2010s, but for many years prior to that, we had a different structured Community Development Advisory Committee. From what I understand, that was much more robust than the current process, but we tried to kind of trim down the scale of that committee, given that our funds have continued to decrease over the years, considering maybe in the early 2000s, we might have been receiving as much as $1 million in CDBG funding.
If I could throw something in. In the 90s, when I was first elected, we got about $1.5 million from the feds for these purposes. And we actually used the 1% we set aside within the budget to supplement those funds. So we had a much more expansive process at that time to utilize these funds appropriately. And then as time went on and the feds decided to start reducing the amount of money, I don't know what we get right now, at about 450 maybe?
We're set to get
393,905.
393. So it's a substantial difference. We had advice from staff, I think, to eliminate the process. And then in 2021, I think they started a less robust process up again.
Councilmember Singh, continue your thought.
Yeah, I just wanted, I just want to connect at least discussions we've had here. Now, a majority of the projects that we've been supporting are for unhoused nonprofits or communities of color supports, as well as some youth scholarship. That's my big top lines of the projects reference, and it's this idea of if conceptually, and I don't know if it makes sense, right? But through the unhoused discussion that we've had over the last few months is, if we were to have an MOU between the three COCs, what dollars would everyone bring to the table? Potentially, in theory, we could bring, there's about $100,000 that you're projecting in 2027. Would those go to the same? It's 98,000, right? For this first.
I'm not sure where you're finding the 98,000.
So that was the requested.
Oh, that's the requested.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
that's
And then
how
so
much
the-
has been
yeah.
requested. Okay, my apologies. So 60 grand, which
Yes.
is not a lot of money, but if you had additional, 2 other counties of communities and other communities putting in. And again, this goes back to some of the work the county does as well with the COC, is can you leverage additional dollars to better grant across nonprofits, which would be a major shift. But I just wanted to throw that all out. As you, Matt, especially, I know you're engaged at the COC level, as we've had community dialogue on the unhoused community and looking at elements of the community that can be supported with the CDBG. How do we leverage other community dollars to not only benefit our community, but actually do something impactful in supporting the challenges we're seeing? That may not provoke a response right now. I don't, but it's just fodder for maybe thought as we go through this budget process.
Mr. Bellman had his hand
So
up.
2 points. CLC, continuum of care.
Yes.
Okay. Second point is, I just had this conversation with Heather today. Because the allocation to the city is diminishing so much, the point you're trying to make is, instead of trying to spread it out thinly over the list of potential applicants, do we take our limited share and do a lump sum investment in a priority program or service that the city council
Which is
recognizes
another,
is needed? So-
That's another, like,
Yeah.
yes, that's a,
But that's how you get to the dollar amount to leverage,
More
the other.
impactful.
Yes, more impactful of the other two COCs adjacent.
yep. So, anyway, sorry, but thought I'd take this opportunity to communicate that.
Further questions?
Is any of the 498 projected, any of that funds coming into us? Or is these all funds going out?
So,
Is
for
there
the
any-
requested
yeah,
budget?
how much are the
or-
grants?
So this is, so the 498 is what they requested. The 393,905 is what we are getting from the
Right.
federal government, and then
Okay.
that is all going out to
Right.
all of the line items there.
So the idea is we're still requesting, how much are we getting in out of the 498? Potentially, how much are we getting in? Are we getting in all of that?
So I can clarify. So the column on the right is the application submissions by all these organizations. So there was a total of 498 in requests for
Right.
funding. But the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development has given us an allocation total of 393.
Okay.
So we're decreasing all of those requests to fit into that budget.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Grigsby?
Yeah, I got a chance to sit with these gentlemen and the whole board there, and I came into the process late because they had met a few different times, but I was really, really impressed with the commissioners at that time, and just really how they went about these line items, these applications, and it was a really impressive group. So I was like, okay, all right, there's levels. And I've sat on a lot of boards and a lot of different things, and I was really impressed. But I also want to say I was really impressed by the staff. You guys were, they were throwing different things at you, numbers, questions, and you were doing your magic. So I wanted to acknowledge that because I was really sitting there like, wow, like this is how you work it. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to say that because that was my experience, and I really learned a lot in my first go through with that. And I look forward down the road doing that and learning more and maybe getting a little bit more involved with that process.
Thank you.
Do you have further elements to the presentation? Or was that?
That is all.
That is all?
Yeah.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Downtown Development Authority. Director Mullins.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Lori Mullins, Executive Director of the Downtown Development Authority. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk about the DDA's budget. And I'll just quickly go through this. The revenues for the DDA are increasing this year by approximately 11%. And a lot of that is attributable to the Stonehouse Village 3 brownfield plan will be fully reimbursed this year. And so those funds that have been used for reimbursement will now be captured by the Downtown Development Authority. The expenses, the personnel expenses are, in addition to having a full-time director, the DDA has a number of different staff members that contribute to its operations, including the finance department, the arts program specialist, a CED associate, a couple of interns, and then we also have parking staff that assist with our downtown waste management program. For operations, There's approximately, well, it's $1,042,185 that's budgeted for operations, and approximately half of that, $503,000, will be used for municipal service agreements for the support that DPW and the police department provide to the downtown. And then the other contract services are envisioned or planned for include an ambassador program that is being researched right now. That would be to add folks in the downtown that help with welcoming people, giving directions, but also provide that sort of informal surveillance and support to various needs throughout the downtown. Then a number of other things, including continuation of our rotating art program, some strategic planning that we have in mind, and continuation of the work to connect the Valley Court Park with the core of the downtown. The DDA is also planning to continue the facade improvement program, which has just begun. We've only just begun to get applications for that, but we'll be promoting that more in the coming year. For capital outlay, there's landscape barricades. This is the Ann Street Plaza improvements, the barricades there to help support safety in that area. Some other sidewalk safety improvements are planned throughout the downtown. Public restrooms, the addition of a public restroom is something that we've talked about for quite some time and are hoping to get that completed in this fiscal year. And as I mentioned, some more work with the Valley Court improvements and the connectivity there, wayfinding signs, and build out of a downtown office. So currently my office is here in the Hannah Community Center, and the hope is that we'll, in this coming year, build out a downtown office that would be shared between myself and the lead worker for Public Works, who will be dedicated to the downtown, and also that would be a space for the social workers and others who are supporting the vibrancy of the downtown and addressing the different challenges that we have to come together and work in the same space and be able to collaborate effectively. The debt service that you see on here is for the Evergreen property principal and interest payments. We had that budgeted and we'll continue to see those until we have those properties sold. We're also looking at the transfer out. In your packet, we included that transfer out of $265,000 was for the MAC parking garage payments on the debt service associated with that, but it's that amount for the parking garage is actually $143,325, and we also have a transfer out related to the payments to the Board of Water and Light for downtown street lighting of $121,800. And then you'll see the replenished fund equity amount there. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide more detail. And
questions concerning DDA? I have a couple of questions. One is in the budget narrative for the DDA. We've talked about this before at DDA meetings. It would be helpful to know how much of the financing that comes into the DDA is money that would not otherwise be capturable by the city. Right, so that TIF 1 and TIF 2 capture CATA and LCC and various other, and that's not a small amount. And it means that the DDA actually performs a pretty important function in terms of bringing extra funds into the city as a whole. And I think knowing what that breakdown would be really helpful as part of the budget narrative.
Sure.
And then the other question I had was sort of more general, also connected to the idea of tax capture. So the DDA captures taxes that would otherwise flow to the city. It's sort of a city within a city. And arguably it should pay for the functions that it depends on as being part of the city. more broadly. And there's been a movement in that direction with, for example, the streetlight assessment, right? Are there other costs that you think it might make sense for the DDA to absorb because they are functions that occur in the downtown? For example, like the farmer's market.
Yes. Yes, I think that we can absolutely explore other activities that the DDA could support more fully, including things like the farmer's market or community events that are happening. They support the community as a whole, but they also are about bringing people into the downtown and supporting the businesses in the downtown, and there should be some opportunities to talk about sharing those costs.
Yep, and especially since the DDA's budget is going up, right, in terms of revenue, and may go up more sharply with new projects that come online. So that's the context for the question.
Yeah. So as we think about the DDA capturing those funds from regional entities and making sure that the activities that the DDA is supporting are in line with the actual costs of the DDA of creating this environment that's supportive of the whole community. I think that, we need to think about what the lens is that we're evaluating each of those costs that the DDA would take on, how that would be viewed by the broader regional community that is contributing to the DDA.
Yep, that's fair enough. Any further questions?
I'd like to follow up on that. Most of our community events occur in the downtown. In fact, I'm trying to think of, unless it's a free swim or something, what community event doesn't happen in the downtown? Either the DMB events that were, briefly talked about earlier this evening, and the art festival, the jazz festival. We start to do the list. Everything's in the downtown. Should the DDA and maybe the DMB be part of a community events office that manages those and uses the funds collected from the downtown to help fund those community events? That's my question.
I think that it's something that can be explored, and of course, we'd be looking at talking about that with the DDA board and coming up with a way of evaluating those costs and determining if it makes sense. But I think it's a very good question.
Any further questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Parking. Director Sharrow, welcome.
Good evening, Council. Caleb Sharrow, Downtown Parking Administrator. Got a brief little presentation, and I'll be open for any questions. I'd like to thank Jennifer Lacoste, Deputy Parking Administrator, who's seated right behind me. She was the master behind our budget, and I appreciate that very much. So fiscal year 27 budget outlines revenue projections and expenditures, and includes the following. We look to continue the 15-minute grace period in all gated facilities, continue offering free loading zone spaces throughout the downtown from Bailey Street to Valley Court Park, continue the 50% validation discount for businesses and 50% discount multi-use vouchers for patrons, continue offering discounted monthly parking permits, discounted hourly parking in Division Street parking garage, continue funding, assisting to fund ELPD social worker to focus on homeless outreach in the downtown, continue contributing to the Downtown Management Board for marketing of the downtown, and contributing to Art and Placemaking Fund, along with contributing to our reserve fund to cash fund future capital repairs and technological upgrades. We have in this budget a large-scale facility repairs project to maintain the 6 parking garages downtown, along with fall prevention for the parking facilities. There is grant funding that we are seeking with Erica, our the city's grants coordinator. Thank you, Erica, very much for all your help with that. We're seeking state and federal grants for fall prevention from our facilities for individual safety at our parking facilities. So the budget we are proposing is, you see it's a little over $10 million for revenues and expenditures. It's proposed as a balanced budget. It's higher than previous years because that grant funding is in there listed as revenues, as intergovernmental revenues. If the grant funding isn't successful, we would then seek debt service for that expense, but still continue with the fall prevention for the facilities. Are there any questions? That's all I have.
Questions? Mr.
Well, I'll
Wiggles?
just say that, during Sam Singh's tenure on this council, this was his favorite presentation, and he always had a book full of questions. So I feel duty-bound to ask a question.
Yep.
You don't have to. Oh, sorry.
Parking is everybody's
But,
favorite
really
topic,
what I
so.
want, it doesn't have anything to do with your budget, but I want to know the number of available parking spaces that could be leased. We have two major projects that we're taking a look at, and I want to know what's available.
Yeah, we're currently doing our biannual counts. From our last counts, our peak occupancy is 65%, Thursdays at around lunchtime. You usually don't want to operate a parking system that low of occupancy. So what we did to figure out what we could offer to maybe comfortably offer to 530 Albert or the Howard, which are the two most current that are being proposed, is that we took that comfort level of taking Albert as our busiest garage, Grove as our busiest garage, MAC garage. We have a condo association where there is obligation there that we have to keep spaces available for hotel utilization. So we took the Charles garage, Division garage, and we factored in what's still available in the parking system and divided that number in half. So that comes up with a very comfortable 215 to commit between the two developments. You don't want to commit all your spaces that you have available to particular developments because you also want to have spaces available for customers that are coming to visit your downtown. So that 215 is a very comfortable number that we would be willing to commit at this time. Obviously, anybody above and beyond that can utilize, if they're MSU students, they can park on campus. If they want to use public transportation, they can do that. So that's where our number, that's how we came up with our number that we were able to comfortably want to commit to that.
All right, thank you for that information. Appreciate it.
Just
Go ahead.
to clarify, so the challenge is the west side doesn't have as much parking as the east side, right?
The
So
west side
if-
is busier, yes.
So if there was a potential of providing some kind of parking on the west side, and the developments are in something, that could relieve the pressure on the east side. Because it seems like Graduate and other areas west of Abbott come over to the Grove Street ramp, right?
Yep.
And then that pulls people, and then it fills people up all the way east. So potentially, I know back in the day, they have a trail, I'm sorry, that's called the Division Street ramp.
We call it, it's the Division Street parking garage or the colorful garage.
The colorful garage in the past wasn't very full for a long
Right.
time.
It's our
But it seems
slowest
like
garage
as our
right now.
development has grown on the west side or right downtown, it's grown. So it's just, you don't need to
Yep.
respond to that. I'm
Well,
just
the
saying
west
that-
end, the west end is busier, and we are actively seeking an analysis done by possibly our previous, who did our parking master plan, Walker Consultants, to look at what it would look like with these proposed developments to have a garage at the west end. From a parking person standpoint, I wouldn't want to add another parking garage myself because you don't want to operate a parking system that's underutilized.
Right.
So that's a tough balance to try to figure out what's acceptable, what's not. But we're going to have that looked at by a consultant to analyze it a little further with proposed developments.
I think as part of that is there's wants and needs, right? And defining within a parking system and looking at other examples. Thank you, Robert, for starting to write this down. But I think that's important to this discussion in terms of, I mean, listen, we have a culture of driving in the state of Michigan, but at the same time, I'm not sure, I mean, we've talked about this around the developments, like, does every person that lives in one of those developments, or multiple people in a unit, do they have to have 2 spots? I don't know. Anyway.
Yep.
I've got one more follow-up question. I'm sorry with my thing, if I go. The fall prevention, okay? And I understand the huge concerns there. I've been there and huge concerns. So there's $3 million hoping for a grant, and then the $6 million. So if we do get the grant and there is no bond funding,
Right.
are you trying to supplement that with income? Or
If we don't get the grants, or if we do get the grants, and then we don't have to do bond funding? Is that what you said?
that's what
Yeah.
I think there's a 3 and 3 thing, right? 3 million to 3 million.
Yeah, it's like 3.5, yep.
So if we don't get the federal grants, or let's say we do get the federal grants,
Federal and state are the two different
and
options,
there
yeah.
is no, let's say we don't have a bond.
Right.
Would you want to cover that in fees? Or it means it
Yeah,
just
so
wouldn't be able to
any
happen?
excess revenues that would be coming in because of that grant funding then would go to a reserve fund to help with future technological upgrades and capital repairs projects. Like the other piece of this whole, the capital outlay is that we're doing the 6 garages, we're doing a large, one of our largest yet, facility repairs projects. So every 3 to 5 years, we try to do a repairs project to
Right.
maintain the facilities. So it would just go to a reserve fund to help with those future investments. And in the not-too-distant future, we're going to need a whole new parking access revenue control system. So that's in our capital improvements
Okay.
plan. So there's more millions of dollars
Right.
that need to be reinvested into the parking system
So
on a
the
regular basis, so.
Thank you for that. I appreciate all you do. The fall prevention could be staged in over a longer period of time.
Yes, so right now this is my first big grant funding experience, but so the repairs project we're currently working toward, we can continue on. We verified with the state and federal representatives for the grant funding that we can continue with this piece of the project, the repairs, the general repairs. But with the fall prevention, we would just bid out once we find out about the grant funding, whether it's successful or not. So the state and federal grant funding. So it's my understanding that sometime in the fall we'd find out about state funding, and then a little later, most likely, or maybe a lot later for federal. I guess I'm not quite sure. Okay.
Well, I understand there's a lot of
So-
moving pieces with that.
Yeah,
but-
so
And we'll still
trying
be
to
in
figure that
process
out.
with that.
Yeah, so it would be
Okay.
2 separate pieces. So the fall prevention would be coming later once we figure out whether the grant funding was successful or not. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Meadows?
Can I confirm one thing? If we do build parking on the west side, of course, we have to accommodate the developments that are probably going to occur on the evergreen properties. So it isn't just that we'll have extra parking over on the west side that we can use, that pushes or allows opening of additional parking on the east side. Is that right?
Yeah, so you could hopefully then pull people from the east end of town to fill up more stuff at the west end, because it's been busier, so there hasn't always been availability at some of the permit areas that are on the west end, so.
Question about the 215 that you'd sort of allocated potentially for one of those projects. So that would not necessarily be in the Division Street garage, that would be distributed over the system, right?
Correct,
The way you
not
did your
in one
math.
particular location. So Division is our slowest, so we'd probably have most there. We'd put some in Charles Street garage, and we would be able to put some in other garages. You just wouldn't be able to put a lot in other garages. But Albert garage and Grove garage are the ones that experience full scenarios most. Charles Street garage, there are some things we can play with there regarding Michigan Flyer, for example. They take a lot of spaces in there, so we can kind of work with Michigan Flyer. Haven't redone looked at their rate in a while, so it's been since I think 2016. So we can play with the numbers that we allow them to park in that lot, and also possibly increase their rate some to bring those numbers down. So then you have more parking available on Charles Street garage. So.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions concerning parking? All right, thank you
Yeah,
for your presentation. I think that concludes the budget presentations, but we had the city manager raising a number of issues with us at the start of this presentation, seeking our direction. Mr. Bellman, is there a refresher you'd like to give us about what you'd like us to direct you?
Again, the memo I provided you yesterday, updated it today, lists out a number of items. So departments have asked for additional positions, including the city clerk asking for a second part-time administrative position. What I do is show what the cost of that request is and what the budget impact is. So when you run down the list of requests, city clerk, fire department being a training captain, Parks and Recreation had 3 additional items. All 3 of theirs is really taking existing positions and either adjusting them to meet demands. For example, the part-time school age care specialist, the impact of the budget is $27,000, but it is a fully funded program, either by fees or grants. Reclassified personnel trainer to a regular part-time that is funded through fees and or contribution from the employees, the city's healthcare fund. And then the marketing and sales specialist is about a $10,000 increase, but would have someone dedicated to try to generate revenue for this building by renting out this room and other rooms that are available in the building. The police had, as Chief indicated, 2 positions. One is a police records assistant, and then the conversion of 4 part-time PACE positions to 2 full-time PACE positions. Overall, total costs right around, or impact to the budget is about $462,000. And knowing that we've got a $1.7 million deficit, that would just drive that up if there are not offsetting reductions.
Comments on the city manager's comments?
I'll just say I'm not really prepared to say anything about it. I think looking at the entire budget would inform us on whether we think those additions would be appropriate. So.
Councilmember Singh?
I would just say, again, we have more work ahead of us, and combing through all the departments, I think when you look at the budget on its surface, it's hard to think about adding additional positions. And I think that's the extent I would offer this evening. I think, generally speaking, we know things are tight, and we've always kind of generally or I shouldn't say we, but I think there has been discussions where we've talked about, what are sensible cuts coupled with, we have to take a serious look at additional revenue. The landscape has changed, and those are the reality. So, and I know that's tough on in terms of from a staff perspective, but and I think that I was thinking about the parking piece, just coming off of that. It's like, or the DDA piece, like, are there other examples of how we can look to other communities or creative ideas where we can bring in additional revenue? Again, when you think about taking care of our core services, infrastructure, public safety, but what makes us uniquely us is what often falls off, or that has to be considered for cuts. And that's not a great place to be, because then you short-sight who we are as a community. So are there, like I was thinking, I shouldn't think about this market rate potential housing, like, do we say, okay, developers, you're not guaranteed any parking, and then we're going to run a lotto, or like some sort of unique pricing structure to drive up parking income. I don't know if that's ethical, but I'm just trying to think of ideas that could be considered to, increase revenue. So that's all I would offer this evening.
And I echo that. Carrying so much cost and so many incredibly wonderful programs and services is a priority, but we can't spend more than we make, right? So I think that was a mandate from when I was running for council, is that we need to be responsible. We need to not go beyond our resources. And that does, I think, we absolutely have to have more revenues coming in from different avenues. That is the concern. And I think also people are important. If there's a choice of cutting some programs as compared to cutting people, I think programs need to be evaluated over people. But I think now's the time to not think about expanding in a lot of areas, but more making sure we're taking care of our own.
A couple of comments, I think pretty consistent with what others have said. For things like these staffing requests in this add-on memo, I'm looking for guidance from the city manager. I think I can't evaluate these things as well as somebody who's got their finger on the pulse of the operation. I will say I saw sort of two buckets of proposals there, some that cost very little that seem to make a lot of sense, like converting part-time PACE officers to full-time PACE officers. But then I saw others that, for new positions that I just can't evaluate without recommendations. I think that a projected $1.7 million use of fund balance plus additional positions is more than I'm comfortable with, I think. And so I would like to see some scenarios involving cuts, insofar as it's possible, protecting core government functions like public safety, public works, departments that we need to regulate under state law, departments that run the internal functions of the city. I would characterize those as sort of core governmental functions. Protecting those and looking at what it would take to cut $500,000 out of our deficit. I think that would be educational for all of us. I do want to mention that we don't necessarily, I don't think we have to we don't have to do all of this before we adopt the budget on May 26th. We can do stuff afterwards through budget amendments. I think we shouldn't feel rushed into doing stuff before we have full information. But we are in the middle of the budget cycle, so now seems as good a time as any to start thinking about these issues. But I don't think that we need to target May 26th as the deadline for these things. And then I have one other sort of procedural comment that I wanted to float for the information of my colleagues. I would like to avoid as much as possible last-minute changes to the budget that come up on May 26th that we haven't heard about. I think that we all, staff and all of us and the city manager, all deserve an opportunity to think about proposed changes, whether they're small or large. And so I would encourage people, if they might want to change a fee or propose another change, to float that as early as you can so that we have a chance to do our homework and think about it before we ultimately have to make a decision. Anything further on the budget issue? Anything from the city manager that we might?
Nothing.
Nothing, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say concerning the budgeting change for the court, my assumption is that you proposed that for a reason. And so I personally defer to your analysis of what the benefits and the cost of that would be. Moving
Sure.
forward.
On that one item, it was really, where we reflect in every other department, revenue generated by that department. So it gives you a true picture of that program's cost. Right now, we're reflecting in the court's budget money generated by other departments through fines and fees. And so it's really just where do we account for it? And in the budget document, when you look at 54B, we say the impact is 1.7 million roughly, when in fact the revenue that's predominantly reflected in that budget is generated by the police department. And so it's very misleading. And I did have that conversation with the judge today, and she did share the alternate district court funding mechanism, and I shared that with Audrey. Neither of us have had time to really review it, to digest if that funding, alternate funding method is implemented by the state, what our maintenance of effort amount would be and whether this change would adversely impact that. But as she stressed, they don't keep any revenue generated by them. And so when I look at, the fines and forfeiture of $1.3 million, again, is reflected in the court's budget, but generated by other city departments, be it building, be it fire, or be it police. And when we met, Nicole indicated that any fines or fees generated by MSU through parking is just automatically sent to MSU. And so it's not reflected in their budget, but our method is treated somewhat differently. And so that was part of the conversation, if you recall, that got kicked off when Chief Brown came to you about adding additional PACE officers. Why isn't that revenue being somehow reflected in PACE's efforts? And so there's a disconnect, and that's what generated that point that was brought in my memo.
And I think that's a really important issue because we need to be able to figure out whether hiring additional PACE officers is going to be worth it, right? And the issue is compliance there. We want compliance, but we achieve compliance through citations.
Right.
And the question is whether it's a budgeting question for us. And so I think from that perspective, it seems to make sense. The change seems to make sense, but I think it's going to be up to you to give us a recommendation. And it sounds like we're not ready for you to ask us.
No,
for
I want to
direction.
be able to digest
Okay.
some of the judge's points that she made this evening. But like I said, we had a meeting at about 11:30 this morning, and we talked about it. I let her know it was in the memo, so that's the reason why she came tonight. But again, when you look at the total cost of what's reflected in the budget for police, it's right around 15.2 million. But fire, their costs are 14, offset by revenue, brings it down to 6.4.
Yep.
So we're treating departments different
Yep.
in how we're reflecting the revenue that's generated by them. And that's what prompted this conversation.
Okay. Anything further on budget issues? All right, thank you all. That brings us to item 3.3, discussion of updates to policy resolution 2019-5, a resolution establishing procedures for council meetings, resolutions, and the preparation and content of the council agenda. There's a lot in here. Perhaps Mr. Joppa could give us an overview of some of the content?
Certainly. I'll do my best. This draft is presented to you in follow-up to some prior discussions with City Council regarding various items in its rules of procedure and other aspects of Resolution 2019-5 to update it, to address various issues that some council members raised. And in the course of doing that, we also identified a few things that could possibly be worded better, and also some things that could be made more clear in connection with how the charter reads, and in a couple instances, some concerns over whether some of the, one or two of the items was in compliance with the charter. And so there were a number of things that first it started with the comments from council and trying to work on those and bring something back to you, right? To give you some things to think about, to talk about, to show you what it would look like, some of the things that you were talking about. And then it kind of morphed into some additional things that we saw along the way and plugged in there. You can see some of my side notes identifying some of them for you to help you see where they came from, because they didn't come from a discussion with you. Also, generally speaking, at the beginning, I reference, or we reference at the very beginning, that this refers is an amended and restated version of your council meeting rules and other procedural and rule guidance that's provided in Resolution 2019-5. But there are other resolutions going back in time that I've noticed, and I haven't seen them all, that either have similar provisions in the past or have parts of this in them. We would need to do some more research, but it's unclear whether those other former ones have been repealed or are they still on the books. So at the end, kind of have an open provision to do some more work on to see. And we need to be careful because some of those other, and that's why I note it, we need to look into it because some of those other former resolutions going back decades identify other things and other policies and rules that you had in other areas that aren't covered in here. So we're going to need to do a little work on that. I'd suggest focus on some of the items this evening. It's presented to you to get your feedback. I don't know if you want me to go through them with you or you just want to start at the top and provide comments. Mr. Mayor, I'd leave that to you. And I know, Mr. Bellman, you also had some involvement in this and you may have some thoughts as well.
Well, let me ask the council, how do we want to proceed here? Do we want to blow by blow of the changes or a summary of the some of the more substantive questions? I will say just before we launch into this discussion, I think some of the substantive issues come up in article or section 1, paragraph 7 concerning the structure of a meeting, essentially. And there are several proposals in here for essentially all targeting trying to make meetings end a little earlier in the evening with various means. These are all things that we have talked about at various times. They're on the table for our consideration. We might not want to, we could adopt none or all or some, depending on our taste. I know I have some views about some of the things proposed in here, but I thought I would open it up to other people to see how they would want to proceed with this. Mr. Meadows.
Proceed, however you want to do it. I have a lot of comments, but if we want to do it section by section, that's good. However you want to proceed is fine.
I just want to, it's 10:30, and for policy purposes, to get the crux of this, and, we also have severe weather that is passing through,
Yep.
so I'd rather be at home than with you all. Sorry to say that out loud.
I do not take offense.
But at any rate, so I think if we can focus on the feedback, that would be helpful on the policy piece, and then,
Yep.
Figure out the next step.
Yep.
Well, from my standpoint, I gave the city attorney a copy of my comments. So to the extent that we might be discussing those, or he might be changing what he's recommended, then, I'm satisfied with waiting.
So
and
that-
dealing with, unless you feel that we need to get this done, as soon as possible.
Well, there are some questions that, since we're on this, I want to pose some questions to all of us, okay? And we'll try to do it relatively efficiently. So one is, do we want to think about changing the start time of meetings? Currently, it's 7 o'clock. We could start them at 6:30 or 6 o'clock. This was, again, something that came up at the orientation in January. Other arms of the city have done this. Planning Commission, ZBA, BBA have all moved earlier for various reasons. In principle, starting earlier would mean we would end earlier, but work has a tendency also to expand to fill the available time. So I don't know if people have thoughts about that issue.
So, my top line is, I would like us to vote when people are awake. And this may be when I used to work in the legislature, it may be a hangover from, when they would have all-night sessions, but I would like us to vote and have discussion during typical waking hours. I am open and am able, not every council member in the future may be able to meet at 6. I think that was something we've run into in the past, or have enough of a buffer between work and then, at-home responsibilities before the meeting. I as a part of this council for my term, I'm able to meet at 6. So I'll start there in response.
Other thoughts? Mr. Whalen?
I am also able to meet at 6. My slight concern is public comment. I want to make sure enough people that want to speak can speak, and I'm not sure about if that is too early for people to come in and make their comments. It's a question I don't know the answer to. But I do think that voting on very important issues so late at night is a concern.
I want to just make a comment too. I got to tell you, I probably, when something is on the agenda, I'm probably 80 to 95% sure of where I'm going to vote when I come in here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we take in email comments, there's meetings, there's a variety of points that we take and meet with constituencies and residents to shape our opinion coming in to vote. So I just want to make that point that public comment is one way. There's other ways.
I absolutely agree. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go back and forth.
Please.
I absolutely 100% agree. I just want to make sure that we continue the value of someone, even at the last minute, that wants to come and speak on an issue, that they're able to do that. And maybe I'm naive to think that people can't come in at 6 o'clock, and maybe people would prefer that. So I'm not saying that is a pro or a con. I think it's just part of the points that I think, I'm speaking for myself, I think we can speak for most everyone up here, that we want to hear from the community. So I have no problem. Yes, some of my commissions start at 5, some start at 6. So,
Question for Mr. Bellman. What about from the staff perspective?
I have not actually asked the question. I mean,
Okay.
everybody works until 5, so starting earlier, I mean, makes sense to get the evening over. But again, I am concerned about accessibility and whether it's implied that this time, start time, would be adjusted if we do have someone who's elected, as Councilmember Singh pointed out, that can't make the start time, that we go back to revisit to adjust accordingly.
So let's put a pin in this for a bit, because I want to talk about a couple of other things. Yeah, please, Mr. Grigsby.
Just so I
Yep.
understand. So if there was a change made, our schedule is laid out for the year, so is that something that we would then vote on as a group, and then we could change it immediately? Or do we have to wait a certain amount of time for that to happen? Because I know we voted on that, so we can do another vote to make that adjustment if we were to go into that direction.
Yes. If you, let's say, for example, you approved amending and providing for the meetings to start at 6 o'clock in this document, right? And you establish that as your rule, the regular meeting schedule for the entire year would have to be amended and reposted. Now, that's not an issue, and I know the clerk isn't here right now, but I can't imagine that would be an issue to change that on the notice. You've made a decision to modify the time of your meetings. The Open Meetings Act allows you to do that. That's lawful to do. Also, that is the controlling document, and you do approve that each year.
Okay.
So each year, theoretically, you don't have to have a time in here to start your meetings. You could do it each year that you approve that agenda. The agendas for the whole year to come.
Could we say we'll convene no later than 7 on these dates? And then
No,
when
it
we
does need
post
to
the
s-
agenda?
I'm sorry. It does need to state the time on that regular meeting, the calendar
On
that
the
is posted.
calendar,
That
but in
has to
our
be.
rules, we could say.
You could say that, yes.
Yeah, we
could
could
leave it
say in our
flexible.
rules, we will convene no later than 7, and then we have flexibility pending agenda items, pending what the council wants to accept as their calendar.
I think that's a great idea, because then it's a separate question whether we want to move the meetings. We can just do this now, give ourselves the flexibility, and then decide down the line if we actually want to move the meetings.
Yeah, just real quick, I have no issues with 6 o'clock. I know that there's a couple of commissions that start at 6, so the concern about future council members not able to do that, I think that's a part of the commitment and having that availability to do that. And then the other thing, I'm not too concerned about it with public comment because there's so many different ways people can participate in relation to, if they're not even here to make it that time, they can call in, they can do written communication and whatnot. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Okay, I'll just throw in my 2 cents. I'd keep it at 7, and not because I can't make it at 6, because I'm retired. I can make it at 6. But I do think that we need to be cognizant of the fact that a lot of people who might come to this microphone, actually probably about a vast majority of our citizens who live in this city may have a job until 5 o'clock and might have a family that wants to have a dinner and might have interactions at home, and that's 7 o'clock. We originally started at 7:30. We reduced it by bringing it back to 7 at some point in the past. And I think we should be careful about moving the time and at least, I think, generate some public comment about the possibility of a move. Because, I don't think it's terrible to have it at 6, but what I don't want to see is people who show up here to talk and we're already done. We're already done with public comment. And we're also contemplating moving to 3 minutes, which I support. So that reduces the amount of time, hopefully, that we'll be listening to public comment, and we'll be getting our business portion of the meeting underway a little bit earlier anyway. So I think it's a combination of factors, but I would really like to hear from the public more about moving to 6 o'clock, because our boards and commissions, even though they're meeting earlier, we don't get a lot of public comment at boards and commission meetings. So we're not dealing with this same issue that we have here.
I just need, on the discussion on the 5-minute or 3-minute, I just want to say one piece that I reflect on if we were to make that decision is 3 minutes means people can come and be able to comment in a more efficient way than the 5 minutes. On top of it, most of my prior professional work was at the state of Michigan. All of our public comment was at 3 minutes. I was actually surprised that we had 5 minutes, and I know a number of the neighboring communities have 3 minutes. So I think it's twofold. I know we've talked about, I just want to put that perspective as a mom, like if I was juggling, if I were home, and, was trying to pick up my kid, do dinner, try to make it to council, and then get him to soccer practice, like having 5-minute public comment for, 30, 50 people, however many folks that evening, it becomes impossible to be able to do that as a parent.
Well, the clock has made a difference. In the past, our rules only require the mayor actually, to say, please try to keep your comments to less than 5 minutes. And when that was the rule, and that was actually functioning, we hardly ever had anybody talk for more than a couple of minutes. Occasionally, we had the long talkers, come in, and we had to deal with that. But I think when they put the clock up on that screen, people feel that they've got 5 minutes and they're going to fill the entire 5 minutes before they sit down, even if they're repeating themselves. So that has made a difference. By moving that to 3, I think we're doing everybody a favor. You're keeping it concise, you're getting to your point, and we can make room for the next person. And there may have been people even tonight sitting in the audience who would have spoken, other than the fact that we are already 40 minutes or an hour into the meeting, and they would have they would have just prolonged everything that was going on, so.
So let's skip ahead to actually talking about the changes for the time per speaker. So there's a bunch of stuff outlined in paragraph 7 of section 1. And one of the changes there is going from 5 minutes to 3 minutes per speaker. And since we're on that subject, do other people have thoughts about this? Mr. Whalen.
I think our value is to hear from the community, right? And I know for a fact when it's a long period of time, there's some people feel like they can't wait that long. They want to speak up and they want to speak. And I think we've been prohibitive of people's freedom of speech by the length of time it takes sometimes. So I think to try to get more comments is the goal. And I think we'll get more comments from a 3-minute perspective than a 5-minute perspective. I also, the other side of it is, I think all public comment should be before the meeting, because I wouldn't want someone that's got something to say about a different item that's not on the agenda to make them wait for 3 hours or 4 hours. So I think that also, as a part of a training that I was a part of through the Michigan Municipal League, it was asked of a pretty large crowd of about 100 people, how many people had 3 minutes as their public comment. I didn't see anyone that didn't raise their hand. So it's not a scientific poll, but most municipalities go to 3 minutes. So I think that values public input, it values public speech, freedom of speech, and we want to hear from them. My concern is that it will be twisted as wait, you want to hear from less people or you don't want to hear from people. And I think that's not at all the point. And I think that would maybe be, for Mr. Bellman, if this is something we would want to go to, we'd want to really articulate this through our public information. So those two things are my point, is that I want to have more speech. And the way I think we can do that is by 3 minutes and having all of it in the beginning of the meeting.
Mr. Grigsby, do you have comments?
Well, I guess I'm the lone wolf on that, respectfully. And I understand the consideration of changing. So, I mean, I don't disagree with the principles of what you're talking about. And so that's why I felt like being open to 6 o'clock would be better, as opposed to then tampering with the length of time. I know that the 5 minutes now in today's terms is an outlier to what most people do, and what I think is probably more time sensitive to kind of really staff, time sensitive to our personal lives and things of that nature. I really hear that. But for most times, and most public comment in my short tenure here, we've had some very, very deep discussions about some very important issues and perspectives, and I think it's just kind of a unique start of the term in my terms in what we were taking on that really made the public comment morph into what it has been, and I just don't see that on a consistent basis throughout the tenure of the year and throughout. And I could be wrong. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like we're going to be in a packed audience wanting to talk in regards to that much time. Now, I do again really want to respect also personal lives and families and what's important. So that's my preference. And if the will of the council wants to move into a different direction, I'm not going to be devastated by that, but I just want to make it known that I'm most likely not seeing it that way.
I appreciate those comments, and I think they make perfect sense. I just want to add that I've given testimony in Lansing and MSU Board of Trustees and Meridian Township, and those are all 3-minute jurisdictions. So I think it is more common. And I think maybe one of the reasons it's so common is it's a better balance between time at the microphone and time to get to the microphone, that we've sort of been talking about that. So I'm inclined to to make the change to 3 minutes. There is another provision in here that Councilmember Whalen referred to. There's a proposal to divide public comment between items on the agenda at the start of the meeting and general comment at the end of the meeting. This is something that some jurisdictions do. The CATA board does this, I know, and it's something that was endorsed by the MML speaker that at the training we were at, and who also did the board and commission parliamentary procedures training here. It was Chris Johnson, longtime former mayor and general counsel for the MML. So other jurisdictions do it. There's some good reasons to do it that way, but I think it gets complicated pretty quickly, and it makes it hard for people to figure out exactly when they're going to comment. And it does require the presiding officer to do a little bit more content policing, because we have to figure out whether comments are actually on the agenda or not on the agenda. So my inclination would be to just stick with keeping it simple and do all the public comment at the beginning. Mr. Jopp, did you have something you wanted to add to that? It looked like you might want to say something.
No.
Oh, okay.
I did not. I was just listening intently.
Got it. Okay. All right. Appreciate that. So that is one of the provisions in this paragraph 7. And again, it's in there to be a topic for discussion so that we're all aware of it. But I'm not going to be supportive of that. I think we should keep it the way we're doing it and just move to 3 minutes. And those were, in my mind, really the substantive changes that are in there. There are some additions that the city attorney added in terms of the procedure of how somebody submits a form, and then it also formalizes the idea that comments from the podium should be directed at the council and not to members of the audience, which I think is actually pretty important to create an environment where everybody feels comfortable speaking. But I think those are sort of not the main substantive issues. So my inclination would be to go with the 3 minutes and not have divided comment at any of the meetings and just have it all at the front of the meeting. Mr. Grigsby, you made a move.
No,
there.
I was waiting for you to finish that because I wanted to ask him on something you mentioned.
Please go ahead. I'm done.
And I know it's very difficult and probably not a good question. When it comes to conduct and language in public comments and the way that people address audience members, not directly to council, that's one, but also in the tone and the type of language, is that just under the role you have as a public servant in regards to, because some of the language and some of the different things that in my short time from getting started here, it seems that it's been very, very abrasive and accusatory, and it's kind of one of those things. And maybe it's just me where I just need to get an understanding that's just kind of who we are and what it's all about. But I was just curious if I'm asking even a question with it. But I'm just curious at how much freedom someone has in regards to being able to talk in a way that I'll just say not productive.
Yeah, it's a very common question for public bodies to deal with and to figure out how to handle. Where I always go is the Constitution, and we're talking about free speech rights when we're talking about getting into the content and way a person is communicating. But with that said, there is recognition in the courts that you can adopt rules to keep order in your meetings, okay? So there's the line. But if you get into content and say, and you prohibit somebody from using foul language, for example, that is not going to stand up in court. It may not be the best decorum, it may not be appreciated, but you can't prohibit a person from swearing in a public meeting. The courts have ruled on that. You also have to, you can ask them to not use abusive language but, you know, especially when it's directed at you, they're allowed to come to their government and be critical of their government and officials to some extent. So that's part of the right to grieve your government. That is also important, and it's part of free speech. So those are the things that you can't do. As far as directing the comments to council, that I believe is something that would withstand challenge, because you are the body that they are to be addressing, and you're reinforcing that, and you're avoiding members of the public, especially who are in attendance at the meeting, and there's such a thing as a chilling effect. The government can do things to have a chilling effect on speech, but so can speakers at a public meeting. And by that I mean, if a speaker is attacking somebody in the audience and directing their comments and turning toward a member of the audience and the public, the members of the public may be less likely to get up and speak. And they may in fact leave the meeting and so forth, or not come ever again. And nobody wants any of that, and that goes against, and that is the chilling effect that a rule like that is hoping to avoid, and keeping your government open. Similarly, you see some language in here about clapping and expressing support or disagreement with another speaker's statements. There again, that is something that, yeah, clapping is a form of speech, but if it's a rule that keeps order in the room and also enables everybody to have an equal opportunity to speak and not result in people's rights to speak or have a chilling effect on their willingness to get up and talk at the meeting. For example, if, you know, one side is jeering at another side, and I'm not saying that happens, but it could happen. It's the same as clapping. Clapping is support, perhaps, and jeering is going against. One is positive, one is negative. They're both having an effect on other people in the room and whether or not they might get up or decide to get up and speak on a subject. So those areas are areas that I think it's my opinion you can get into in terms of these regulations, and they're there for you to consider. But regulating the content and the manner of delivery is an area that you have to be very careful of. And at best, I would say you can ask a speaker to perhaps use better language or different, or not swear, for example. But I would not recommend and advise you to require it.
Right. So, thank you. And I think, it just comes with the territory. And I think that's really not my main concern. I think my concern is a little bit more of the aggressive environment that prevents maybe someone who would want to speak, who may be the minority of the issue of the room, and it creating an environment that doesn't allow that free speech to happen. And so I guess that's more of what I have seen in some examples that seems like it has been a little disruptive, and I think that, it's hard to manage that. I mean, we got people who are really speaking their truth, and I really appreciate public comment, so don't get me wrong, I think it's one of the best ways to govern in relation to what the community is trying to get accomplished. But I was just curious, I wanted to understand that because I think sometimes the conduct and the way that these comments are being addressed is not directly always at us. So
I agree, and that's been a concern of mine, and that's sort of the one thing where I've tried to intervene in two areas. One is the time, and the other is when people turn around to address audience members. That has been, I think, because of the chilling effect concern. I have zero interest in trying to police tone or the terms that people use. That's just, and I'd like to tell a story that I have been in the audience and being not happy with the people sitting in these seats when the presiding officers asked everybody to be civil in the discussion, and that just made me more annoyed. And so it's counterproductive to try to police tone. It just doesn't work. And so I think the expressions that we've had from the podium have been authentic and completely appropriate.
So,
Mr. Whalen.
Question.
Yep.
The storm has begun.
Okay.
I believe. So we're discussing this for a votes for next week, or it's
Well,
more procedural, or
so
what's
that's
the
a good
process?
question. So let me address one other issue, and then we'll tie it up a little bit. Okay.
Thank you.
The one other issue is the question of when written communications received by council are posted to a meeting agenda. And there was a question, what we've been doing is comments received by 4 p.m. the day of the meeting of a regular business meeting get linked to the agenda. There was a question about whether we should do that the Thursday before the meeting. I think that was raised by Councilmember Meadows. Would you care to speak to that issue?
I don't remember raising it, but I do agree that it should be the Thursday before. Those are the ones that would go on the agenda and be easily accessible for people. And that puts a little guideline for everybody to get their comments in. And what we generally have is not things specific necessarily to an agenda that we're dealing with the following Tuesday, but they're usually general comments on things we've done, things we should do, and things like that. So somebody who wants to address anything on the agenda has a microphone, and we'll be making it clear that it's okay for them to come and talk about it.
Thoughts about this?
Yeah,
Councilmember Singh?
I think if staff is able to, if 4 p.m. the day of the meeting on Tuesday, if that is achievable by staff, I think that allows folks to comment via email once they see the agenda, and knowing that it makes it into the packet at that moment. Again, it's multiple pathways to provide insight to council on perspectives agenda-based. I would rather do that than a Thursday before people have seen the agenda.
That would be.
What about then making it 4 o'clock on Monday?
Why can't it be 4 o'clock on
Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Well, again, it puts, a burden on staff in case there's a lot of comments
But is it
that come in.
achievable? They've been doing it.
So I have no problem continuing with our practice.
It was just because of the discussion at orientation of what the expectation was, but it has been done by 4 p.m. on the
So-
day of a meeting.
To address Councilmember Whalen's comments, that was the last loose end that I had identified. I think we have guidance to produce a final version, perhaps factoring in.
So there was one other item,
Yes.
and that is rotating votes.
Oh,
That was brought up by the city clerk to
Yep.
give everybody an opportunity to really be the first to kind of cast a vote on an
so
issue.
there's text in here implementing this. right?
Yes.
So this is just to draw everybody's attention. So what this would do for roll call votes is that.
I'm in support of that.
Yeah, okay.
'Cause I'm always first.
You're always stuck. Yeah. I used to be that. So that would implement a rotating pattern for roll call votes with the mayor voting last, because the mayor does things last. I
So
think
my
it's-
question was, why would anybody care? But apparently somebody does, so I don't have a problem with the
Okay.
change. So.
Yeah. All right, so I think we've given a fair amount of direction for what a final version of this would look like. Yes,
Agreed.
please.
I have a lot more comments than
Yeah, I think
that.
there are some.
But I don't know if we want to do those now or, no?
Not
Okay,
with
well
the- not
then,
with the storm underway, but you've communicated them.
I've already given them to the city attorney. I do want to comment on one because it
Yep.
is paragraph 7. The last paragraph, basically, that talks about members of the public shall not disturb speakers. I think that's a very important language, but I don't think it belongs in paragraph 7. It belongs in the section back here that talks about decorum during the course of the meeting, and so I've suggested it be moved there, so, just so you know.
So I think the city attorney could work on what we've said here and then the comments supplied by Mr. Meadows and develop a final version for us to look at potentially at our next meeting. Is that too tight?
No, I can certainly do that. I'd just like is there any, I know it's getting late, is there any sense in discussing the resolutions part of this? I know there were a number of comments in there from Councilmember Meadows. Do you want to have?
Happy to do that, but,
I could just discuss those with you if you'd like, and.
Yeah, why don't you two?
yeah, we can talk about,
Talk
we'll
it
just,
over.
we
Okay.
can
Come
get
to a
together on the
resolution.
phone for that. I'll
Sounds
just
good.
note one thing before we go. This is the packet of changes that have been made over these operating procedures since they were first enacted. So virtually every council has changes that they want to make, so this is not unusual, anyway, is my point.
I would love to get a copy of.
I
That'll
can
help
give
me.
it, I'll make a copy of all of it for you.
That'd be great, thank you.
Any further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby?
No, I was about to move on to the next thing.
Anything else from anybody else on this issue? Okay. Which brings us to item 4. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Singh,
Second.
second by Whalen. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you all.